Cindy, can you please flag the agenda on the screen, please?
Morning, Chair. I'm flagging it now. Agenda. There you go, Chair.
Thank you very much, Cindy. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity to welcome you on this virtual meeting. And I think I want to send my special welcome to my co-chair, Honorable Lekhanyani, who have been on leave for some time due to work-related matters. We know that he's been busy with the Heart Auto Committee. So we just want to send a special welcome to him on this special meeting of now, the virtual meeting. And I must also indicate that we decided to have these virtual meetings just to make sure that we process all the matters of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament. And we are going to get the briefing on the performance of the second and the fourth quarter of the 2025-2026, and also the briefing on outstanding human resource related matters and from the office of the Secretary to Parliament. And we also want to welcome we want to welcome our chairperson of the NCOP, Mary Phile Mutsenetsipane, and also the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mayor Togodi Diza. We want to welcome you, our leaders of the two houses of the NCOP and of the National Assembly, and also the Secretary to Parliament and the team. We are welcomed. I'm not going to waste any time, just to request Cindy to assist us with the apologies as part of the agenda item. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members and guests. We've only received 2 apologies from members Van Rooyen. Mr. Van Rooyen is attending the National Treasury debate, and Mr. Bardenhorst also submitted an apology owing to a long-standing commitment. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Oh, I muted myself. My apologies. I see the hand of the Speaker and Honorable Maude in that order, please. Thank you. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and our co-chairperson as well as members. I would like to request to be excused a little bit from 9:45. I'm opening the colloquium at the Dome and I will be back at 11. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Maude.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Speaker, the Chairperson of the NCOP, colleagues and the team. Chair, please note the apology of Honorable Mkalipi. She's on organizational deployment. And number 2, similar to the Speaker, I would like to be excused just for my debate, which will take place around from 10 o'clock. And I'll be back immediately after the debate. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. I think, Cindy, you were able to capture those apologies from the speaker and the member, Honorable Maute. Thank you. Can I now go to, can I get a move and a second for the adoption of the agenda as presented on the screen? And I hope this was also shared with your good selves before this meeting.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'd like to move for adoption.
Honorable Maute, can you, is it the legacy hand or you
No,
want
it's
to?
a new hand.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like us to add an item on the agenda. And I'm saying this respectfully to you and the committee, noting that there's been some comments and that were out there that suggested that the matter is closed. So the item I want to add, I'm not sure if it will fit under that item of briefing on outstanding human resource related matters and related matters, because there's and related matters there. The issue of the Secretary to Parliament. I would like us to add it on the agenda, Chair, because we have a proposal that we would like to bring to this committee that perhaps we should have a forensic investigation into that matter. So I would like us to add that item for discussion, Chair.
Honorable Maute, I think that item that you took into, it can be considered on the minutes, because if you is talking about the matter of the Secretary to Parliament, it was something that was discussed in the last meeting. So I think that can be attended to on the minutes. Honorable Helen Mayer.
No, Chair, I don't think so, because the minutes is just a record, but I want us to discuss it. And I'm sorry to be coming back to you. Hence, I'm saying, can it be added? And you remember that, Chair, after the meeting that we had, there were radio and TV interviews where pronouncements were made that the matter was closed. And since that meeting, we never had another meeting of this nature to discuss that point. And hence, we are respectfully requesting that let's put it on the agenda for discussion, because our request on that is that we should have a forensic investigation on that matter. But taking the pronouncements that were made on TV and everywhere else to suggest that the matter is closed, it's wrong, because there's never been a resolution of the committee that said that matter is closed. So let's do things procedurally, and we don't find ourselves wanting and asking ourselves, where was this resolution taken? Because I was in that meeting. And you remember that after that meeting, several meetings were cancelled, and this is the first meeting that we're having. And hence we're bringing it to your attention, Chair, respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a view of the item on the issue of the Secretary to Parliament. I'm not sure how you want us to flag it on the
Good morning, Chair, and thank you for putting the agenda on the screen. I am in Namibia, but I am online, so if the signal is a bit bad. Chair, I have a slightly different view. I want to concur with you that it be placed on the minutes. I think we had interrogated that issue thoroughly. I was also at that meeting, and we agreed to disagree on certain areas. And I think that we cannot always come back and then reopen another aspect of that item. And I think the place where it should be is procedurally, comment can be made at the minutes. So that is my view. The second part, so I am suggesting and concurring with you that it be placed as a for if there's any comments on the minutes, because we have concluded that item and we thoroughly teased that item out. The second aspect is I want to for the agenda, I'd like to approve the agenda before us. Thank you.
Okay. There is a mover from the Honorable Mayor. Honorable Clerk.
Thank you, Chairperson. I also just want to notify you if the meeting's not finished by 1, I would have to leave because we have a health committee meeting straight after this meeting. Thank you.
So it's something on the apologies.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Your point is going to be taken to the apologies. Honorable Dagmar.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Co-Chair, I initially moved for the adoption of the agenda, and then the Honourable Maotwe raised her point. You then directed her to discussing it under the minutes, and I've noted, Chair, that Honourable Nieuwmeester seconded my proposal that we adopt the agenda, and the matter there is perfectly placed as a matter arising from the minutes. So I would like to, just for the co-chairs to note that the proposal to adopt the agenda with your suggestion has been seconded, and I'd like us to move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Maude, I hope that's not a legacy hand.
Chair, yes, thank you for your indulgence once again, Chair.
Okay.
I honestly do not want to make this a debate or a back and forth. But colleagues, in the last meeting we had, there was never a resolution that the issue or the matter of the STP is closed. I even asked, if you remember, Chair, if you say we need to go and make announcements and inform the public, on what basis? Have we resolved? Are we voting on this? And the answer was no. But yet after the meeting, pronouncements were made. And I am saying to you, Chair, we request that matter to be brought. This is the only committee that is dealing with the matter. And after this meeting, we are not sure if we'll ever have another opportunity again. Whereas now in the agenda, there is a matter relating to human resources. So why are we not putting it there? Taking it to the minutes, you are just going to read the records or the report of what has transpired.
I think in your comment you are acknowledging that this matter was discussed in the last meeting, and there are minutes that has been brought forth and to be discussed on the agenda. So on that day, on that minutes, that's where you'll be or yourself to say, I don't agree with this because there is this area that has not been captured. So I think procedurally we cannot come again to say we want that matter to be an item. You will be able to discuss or to come up with your view on the minutes, because indeed you are acknowledging what, and after that meeting you raise a point to say, is it the way that it has to be done, or how are we going to inform the public? So let's agree that on that time when we discuss the minutes, that's where you'll be able to raise your views, because indeed you are acknowledging that the matter of STP was discussed in the last meeting. Thank you very much, please. Thank you. Cindy,
I don't agree. I do not agree. Adding an item and the minutes, those are two different things.
Honorable Mawate, can you please be orderly? I'm appealing to you, my leader. I'm appealing to you. You are acknowledging that this issue that it was discussed. So obviously, when we discuss the minutes, you'll have the opportunity to say, on these minutes, you have not covered this, and that will be also highlighted there. Obviously, you are acknowledging that it was discussed, and you are not happy that that's how the resolution was captured. And the minutes are brought here in this meeting. So you'll have that opportunity, please. Thank you.
No, Chair, I respectfully do not agree with you. I'm saying to you, the matter of the forensic investigation was not discussed. The matter that was discussed was the STP salary increase. And after that meeting, TV interviews, radio interviews were done, which suggested that the matter is closed. That is what I'm saying. So the minutes cannot reflect an item that was not discussed. And I'm saying the request we're putting is that we have an item that says forensic investigation on the issue of the salary increase of the Secretary to Parliament, including his appointment. That's what we're requesting.
I don't want to take you back to say, in fact, you are supposed to have brought that item after receiving the agenda to us, so that when we are here, we as the chairperson and co-chairperson, we are able to say there is this item that was forwarded by the Honorable Maute for the members to discuss it. So you want also to ambush the meeting on something that you are just bringing in this meeting. So I didn't want to take you there, Honorable Maute, please, because it is your item that you want to bring it now, and then
that's not how it works. The reason why we are adopting the agenda now in this meeting, otherwise the agenda would not be adopted if that was the approach that we would take. The reason why we are adopting the agenda in this meeting is such that everybody agrees to that agenda. So it doesn't matter whether you emailed it or not, or I've spoken to you before the meeting or not. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having the item of the adoption of the agenda. So I'm saying, before the agenda is adopted, can we look at this item, put it on the agenda, and have the agenda adopted? That's how the meeting works.
There's no seconder on your view, Honorable Maute. Can I know there's a mover on the adoption of the agenda by Honorable Nieuwmeester and seconded by Honorable Dagmo? Thank you very much. Cindy, can we go to the next item?
Chair, you can't say there's no seconder. You have not asked the House if there's a seconder. On the additional item that I'm talking about, you have not asked that. You asked about the adoption of the agenda. I raised my hand. You didn't see my hand. You took Honorable Dagmo. Then after Honorable Dagmo, you took me, and I put this agenda. After that, it was Honorable Helene. So you have not. We've been talking about whether we want to put it or not, and you've been referring me to the minutes, but you have not put it to the House to say, are we agreeing to add this item on the agenda, Chair? So it can be correct that there's no second.
Honorable Maute, can I check with the honorable members?
Chair.
Is there a seconder to the item to be discussed?
Chairperson, I think we...
Honorable Dagmo,
I want to propose that we follow meeting procedure. I'm proposing that we follow meeting procedure. You've clearly ruled that the matter can be discussed under matters arising from the minutes. I believe that Honorable Maotwe is not listening or does not want to understand your ruling. But this matter will be discussed. That is a proposal under minutes as matters arising. I appeal to you. It's been proposed and seconded. There's no seconder for Honorable Maotwe's motion. Can we move, please?
Yes, that's what I wanted to go. That's why I want to Dagmo. I wanted to check with honorable members here. I don't see any hand on that matter for the secondment of the item. Thank you very much. Can we go to the item, flag the agenda, please? Cindy? Honorable Maute, can you please lower your hand?
So, Chair, if I understand you correctly, I'm going to lower my hand now. You are saying the matter will be discussed when we discuss the minutes.
That's what I said earlier. And we want to insist that on the point that you want to discuss on this thing. That's what I said. We should have moved for a long time on amount.
No, that's fine. I wanted the agenda to be a standalone item here, and then you ruled me out. Members are saying they don't want it, but I'm coming back to you because your initial proposal, it was not a ruling, by the way, Dagmo, you should know this better. The initial proposal by the chair or counter proposal to mine was that it be read at the minutes. So I'm just confirming with the chair that we will deal with it when we come to the minutes. And when that time comes, Chair, no one must then say the item is not on the agenda. We must all remember that we are agreeing that we're putting it on the agenda under the minutes.
Honorable Maute, you are not going to run the meeting the way we want us to do, because I put the proposal earlier and then we wanted to insist on what you want to do. And then now you want to take my initial view, of which I wanted to direct the meeting on how things should happen. So now, please, can you allow us to chair the meeting, please? Then we will listen to you, and we have been giving you an opportunity. And I hope that you are also a leader in your own right, and you need to be listened. But if in the
none
meeting...
of us is emotional, Chair. You don't have to be emotional. I was just confirming.
I'm not.
Yes.
You are
so
emotional.
Let's just confirm that my suggestion is ruled out because no one seconded it, but your proposal then stands. That's all.
Thank you. Can we go to the briefing on Parliament's performance in the second to fourth quarter of 2025-2026? by the STP. Before that, can I allow the secretary, yes, the speaker and the chairperson of the NCOP to open for the STP to brief the committee.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Okay. I don't know if the speaker should go first.
No, you can go.
Okay. Now, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and greetings to the co-chairperson and the members of the committee. Ours is not much, Chairperson, except to say that we are here before the committee to provide an update on the progress in achieving the targets as outlined in our APP in the third and the fourth quarters. And the second matter that will be presented before the committee will talk to how far are we with regards to the organizational realignment project, the filling of the critical vacancies, and the cost to Parliament in relation to acting positions. And the presentation are being prepared by the administration, and accordingly, we will then hand over to them to take.
I'm not sure it is on my side. It seems, Chairperson, you are cutting. No, you are muted. Are you done, Chair?
Yes, I am done, Chairperson. I don't know where you've lost me.
No, I think that was maybe at the end, but I think I'm fine. I heard what the points that you indicated.
No, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Speaker, can I, before the speaker, can I request that the Secretary to check the Samsung SMX1102 to rename the person, because we must know who's on the virtual platform. Speaker?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I've been covered by the opening remarks of the chairperson of the NCOP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, STP? Can I request that before STP, can somebody who is handling this system to assist us to adjust the name of Samsung SMX110, please? We want to know who's in this meeting. Thank you. Cindy?
Yes, Chair. We have asked it's Julia Safarco. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
We have asked him earlier. Thank you.
Yes, can you please rename her so that we must know who's in the meeting? STP?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to co-chairpersons of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, and good morning to the Executive Authority, Madam Speaker and Madam Chairperson, and good morning to all the honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee. We are coming as the management collective of Parliament, supporting the Executive Authority on the statement of accountability for the reports that are in the agenda. Those reports, Chairperson, speaks to the midterm report. The midterm report is due at the end of October of each financial year, reflecting the annual performance of Parliament, both operationally in terms of the APP and financially in terms of the budget appropriated. We also have quarter 3 of the financial year for the period ending December that also covers similarly, the last quarter being quarter 4 But Chairperson, as honorable members would acknowledge that as we speak today on May 2022, cumulatively from October to December and up to March, all what we would have reported at that time would have been cumulative progress as of now. So depending how Chairperson, the committee would want us to cover, Q4 is a reflection of progress of all those quarters from midterm to Q3, Q4. And those have been officially tabled and circulated. So we thought for progress, we will be able to go in detail in respect of Q4, which will become an overall statement of accountability for the year. So that's what is flighted now as Q4, but it is reflective of that accumulation. Next slide. In terms of the reflections, Chairperson, for the committee, we have 3 programs in Parliament. Program 3 being associated services, that is dispensing of a budget to a vote for the support of political parties and also for the budget office of Parliament. And in respect of what we are reporting on is that we have program 1 admin, program 2 core business of Parliament, and we will then cover the expenditure of those relative programs and also cover the human resource report. The detail would also be more elaborate under a separate report that the head of HR will cover. We will then cover the governance report in terms of accountability. Next slide. This is just to reflect, Chairperson, what I've covered, that under those 2 programs, we've got 10 KPIs, of which 8 are predominantly falling under the core business and 2 are under administration. Next slide. Under the overall provisional performance results for 25-26, and these would now form part of a statement of accountability to the Auditor General, which is due by next week, Friday, for it to form part of the draft financial we are reporting the successful meeting of the 9 targets out of the 10 that have been set for the institution. Next slide. In those 10 targets, Chairperson, we reflected that 2 fall under program admin, and the 2 that have been sampled as KPIs for this year is asked to implement the digital transformation program for Parliament that looks at automating and creating clear processes for supporting accountability in Parliament. So there's 2 KPIs under that, which is digital transformation and the execution of an implementation plan for the human capital strategy that must underpin the resourcing of Parliament to discharge its support responsibility. So we're reporting that we met both those targets. Next slide. This is just the elaboration of what it means by digital transformation and what is entailed under human capital strategy. Next slide. Under this category, Chairperson, around the outcomes, around improving the institution, we have reported under actual performance that 3 systems to automate core parliamentary processes were developed, and they speak into online committee submission, digital committee dashboard, and resolution monitoring and tracking. All of those were met. Next slide. Under the human capital strategy, the implementation plan target has been achieved and also approved. Next slide. Under the main program of core business, 8 KPIs have been picked up for execution this year to support execution of core business. They speak to executive responsiveness improvement in houses in terms of resolutions, the development of accountability standards, which were elaborately discussed in 2024 during the development of the 5-year strategy, that perhaps as we receive responses from the executive, we must also be clear about accountability standards that will inform Parliament's report that this has been met or not met. The oversight priority plan would also assist the committee to track cumulative impact of their own performance of oversight, to be able to see where to prioritize in line with the improving executive accountability. Standardization of appointment and removal processes for institutions supporting democracy, to make sure that across the spectrum there's a fairly predictable and coherent approach to dealing with that. The public participation improvement plan, again, to look at 4 areas of public participation that seek to respond to a number of areas where our lawmaking has been vulnerable to successful reviews. Member capacity building program, implementation program, the integrated capacity building strategy, as well as assessment of legislation. These are the 8 areas that we're reporting under this year. Next slide. Under this category, Chairperson, we are reporting that we met 7 of those targets under this quarter, with 1 target under capacity building not being successfully executed, and there is a rational reason that we will advance as we elaborate under it. Next slide. Under this area, we are reporting that the executive responsiveness plan has been submitted as a target met. Next slide. The same applies to accountability staff analysis. We did the analysis. We have also developed a recommendation report on how to improve around tracking and dealing with the gaps that have been outlined. Next slide. On this target, we're also reporting that it was achieved, and we were able to implement 84% of what was identified in the priority plan for committees against a target of 70%. Next slide. Around standardization of process, again, a report in terms of what processes must be reviewed, what needs to be done, and alignment, and that would now assist in considering aspects that may require other review of laws. They may require a process alignment. They may require better coordination and standards around that process. That report has now been reported and as approved, as achieved rather. Next slide. Under this area, again, the areas of improvement, under public participation improvement, we've got 4 areas, and we were able to achieve the target of implementation plan on improvement of those areas. Next. Under the outcome 4, in terms of the target, we indicated that we could not achieve this area. We set ourselves a target of 70%, and we underachieved by 3.3%. And we have measured 66.7% against a target of 70. And it was an area that is largely outside our control, because in some of the program, as you execute, the hosted executioner would be an institution of higher learning. And when there's delivery changes, or it's an institution outside, if there's delivery changes in the programs, it does impact participation. So we are able to indicate that those ones, due to those externalities, we could not achieve the set target of 70%. However, as we start a new financial year, we will be able to add that as a standing target going forward. Next slide. Under the integrated capacity building program, again, a plan has been developed, and that target was achieved. Proceed. Under law impact assessment, in terms of the areas, we identified 6 of those as a target, and indeed all those 6, then assessment was conducted to look at various bills and legislation around the aspect of impact of those laws as we prepare them and also as they are concluded. Next slide. In terms of the first of the 8, how to improve responsiveness and what standards must be there on both houses, we are reflecting that this was the performance of the responses to oral questions, numerically 116 to NA and 99 to the NCOP. And the reply rate for the NCOP was at 100% and 75% at the level of NA. So applies to written replies, both at the level of NA at 45% and 89%, which reflected a decline at the level of NA in terms of responsiveness, in terms of the executive responding. And we now have, through this response plan, to define key recommendation for improvement of rules in terms of improving compliance. And in this current financial year we've started, those areas would now be executed so that there's a tighter response mechanism for the executive to respond to those areas. Contrasting at the level of the NCOP, there was better performance in terms of the responses of executive. So it will allow us to compare notes in both houses so that we can see what to effect at the level of rules. If it requires joint rules to have better alignment, that will be a subject of determination by the decision makers at that level. Next slide. Again, in terms of the work of Parliament, in terms of sittings, everything has continued relatively well in the quarter, with NA having sittings around 23, and also dealing with a high volume of activity, including 34 debates, 4 bills being passed, and also statements. At the level of NCOP, 13 sittings and 6 bills. So there were no statutory appointments around this area, including 3 interventions that NCOP also undertook during the period under review in terms of both Section 139 and Section 106 of the Local Government Act. So overall, the NA demonstrated a higher legislative and deliberative activity, while the NCOP showed stronger performance around bills and performing specific oversight responsibilities. Next slide. At a committee level, you would see, honorable members, that as at March, there was a peak of activity around these areas between January up until March, recording that there was intensification at a committee level around 25 oversight visits, and those were largely conducted in February. Whereas also there was 7 quarterly reports that were produced, and there were no budget reviews undertaken during this quarter because they are largely undertaken during Q3. The committee engagements were quite substantial, with 117 physical meetings and 186 virtual meetings, showing a stronger reliance on virtual platforms during a peak period of February and March. Overall, this quarter reflects that there was a significant increase in committee operations and oversight activity. Next slide. These are some of the bills or members that were processed through at the level of the National Assembly, about 4 of those bills. And it's fairly understandable because that's the period where the scope largely focuses on fiscal oversight, the budgetary control, and regulatory reforms that underpin the statement of the executive on finances in terms of appropriations, and Parliament playing its role correspondingly around that area. Next slide. Around the bills considered in the NCOP, there were these 6 bills, and they largely mirror what also has been considered at the level of the NA, save for the South African National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, that dealt largely with the technical amendments that the executive requested Parliament to agree on around classification of public entities and so on. So at the level of the NCOP, that reflected largely a major role in scrutinizing legislation from a provincial perspective, especially around areas of infrastructure and service delivery. And these bills' adoption contributed to strengthening IGR, as well as improve legislation to be responsive to provincial interests. Next slide. When we look at highlights for the period under review, 9 bills that were taken through. At the level of both houses, 6 bills went through, and passed, and bills that were taken to the president for assenting, 5 of those bills were taken through. Next slide. The level of public participation, again, we reflected on the 4 dimensions of our public participation plan, which is to inform the public, to involve, to consult and feedback. Those 4 respond largely to issues that Parliament, in a number of instances, received quite a significant backlash on some of the bills that we took through when we were in fact found to be wanting, even on aspects where our own plans as an institution required that we must adhere to. So we had to go and rework the public participation model so that it enhances both the involvement and the desired impact around that. We also had 139 stakeholder engagement section, largely on the model of informing to make sure that there's educational workshops. There's also more targeted participants across, and also looking at a wide range of stakeholders so that an inclusive participation covers a number of stakeholders in communities. We also had public hearings on some of these bills we mentioned earlier on, including the marriage bill, as well as finance-related bills. Targeted involvement and consultations, various media platforms, including radio and television, that enabled us to reach quite a diverse scope, around 1.38 million, and also looking at the development and distribution of public education material. And regardless of these achievements, we still have limited engagements due to a number of areas where we would have wanted people to come to Parliament and also look at a number of areas we have. So the reconstruction program is also going to assist us going forward so that we can increase contact at the level of Parliament precinct itself. The area of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations, we have also an improvement around participation in terms of debates at the NCOP, and also the number of provinces that have contributed. We measure the participation levels across stakeholders as well as provinces, the interventions that have taken place, the 106 section 106 of the local government legislation. And overall, although attendance has been uneven, there has, however, been complemented by stronger participation in terms of issues facing municipalities. So in Q4, the focus of NCOP has largely been across provinces, notwithstanding that it was uneven, but due to program changes and structural constraint, we believe that going forward, there will be strong participation in several provinces. The NCOP also continued to exercise its oversight role, 3 Section 139 intervention as indicated, and there is quite a need for continuous improvement around giving a focus to municipal governance and performance. The area of oversight public participation, it remains as an active area, and we will be able to consistently ensure that improvement on accountability is a focus area going forward. Next slide. On IR at a committee level for this quarter, it reflects again a constant improvement around these areas in terms of various areas of parliamentary committee work. The following committees: Parliamentary Committee on Water, the Standing Committee on Appropriation, the International Relations and Cooperation, as well as Human Settlements and Employment and Labor, focusing on those areas, especially around agreements at various levels that required improvement. The overall performance under that quarter under IIR, engagements international remained strategic, and these have been aligned largely to national priorities to increase Parliament's diplomacy around performing oversight and also making sure that we strengthen our country's role on aspects of regional and global governance. The continuation of that area again reflects that policy briefs have been provided to members attending various platforms where Parliament's participation has been quite visible in a number of areas, whether it is Pan-African Parliament, whether it is SADC, whether it is IPU, whether it is CPA. But also during the quarter under review, we also had a workshop at the level of the NCOP on parliamentary diplomacy, and also the successful coordination of a premier platform in our country that reflects a statement of accountability around staging of the State of the Nation address. So overall, in that quarter, the key summary is that we are at work as an institution to consolidate the capability building phase, strengthening the foundation for a much more impactful engagement regionally and globally. On the expenditure report for this quarter under review, we are reflecting on the performance of the budget allocation per each of those areas of classification. I will quickly summarize under this category to indicate that for the year under review, honorable members, we had a budget of 5.87 billion that was appropriated in July by the Executive Authority. And under that budget, we then had an additional amount of 430 million rand that was allocated in terms of the medium-term policy statement to compensate for certain aspects of the operations of the rebuilding program, taking the amount to 5.5 billion. And as at January, we also received an advance payment in terms of the medium-term policy statement, where the Minister of Finance indicated that it's going to further allocate to Parliament an additional 2 billion rand to be able to front-load the priority for finishing the building of reconstruction of Parliament, and we received 2.81 billion rand. That then took our budget to 7.5 billion rand. Next slide. So as we reflect during this quarter under review, these are areas of the appropriation under lawmaking, administration, and associated services, as well as direct charges. Direct charges being the payments of those funds for members, either remuneration or medical, as well as areas of associated in terms of the third parties that we pay money for. The rebuild appropriation also indicating that for this quarter, January to March, we had 2.162 billion rand. Next slide. This is the allocation per each of those areas in the institution in terms of how much amount we allocated for compensation of members, goods and services, and so on. This is just an outline of the classification. Next slide. The actuals under financial performance per each of the programs that we have indicated, administration, legislation, as well as associated services during the quarter under review. Those performances as outlined under percentages, we are indicating that at the level of admins, 67% and 75% performance, and then associated percentage will be 103% for the associated services. That takes place that it will exceed possible 100% in some instances if there's exits during the year under gratuities and so on for members. But it is recompensated back in terms of the audited outcomes of our finances in July to make sure that the National Revenue Fund does compensate Parliament in those areas. At the level of the rebuild, 45% of the performance for that quarter, and we also had to compensate for the dome contribution that we had to be able to fix the interim structure for Parliament. At the level of overall annually, that's the statement that we have under performance, 80% admin, 80% under legislation, and 98% under associated services. That's the performance overall in terms of how we have spent the various votes of Parliament to discharge the support and enablement of performance. Next slide. For the first quarter, in terms of appropriations per program versus actual in the budget, this is a reflection, and you will see that under rebuild, it will reflect lesser performance than others because those are based on disbursements as per progress and milestones under each. The rest of other areas, from dome construction up to administration, is a relatively even performance overall in terms of our spending, where we are sitting at 62% for the quarter. But if we don't include the rebuilding, our performance overall was at 85% operationally. Next slide. At the level of appropriation statements per program, again, it indicates the summary I've indicated. This is just a detail of the truncated performance report I've indicated for this quarter, that the detail of which is fully outlined in this report. Next slide. The continuation again under each of the categories, association services, we are indicating that the 103% of the budget for the quarter and what will happen in terms of dealing with the projections for the year, and also the increase of political parties in terms of our own projections for the year. The direct charges, again, it will indicate that amount, and in that respect, it will show an overspending of 9.6 million rather, so that when we have done audited results, we will then receive the reimbursement as indicated in the last paragraph for the direct charge. Next slide. Under performance around January, this is the overall statements of the performance overall around these areas, which is a fairly good performance overall, except in areas where we are lagging behind based on a program execution for the rebuild. Next slide. The detailed breakdown, again, comparison of budget versus expenditure, it shows similarly to the previous economic classification I've indicated around financial classification. These are areas around performance, and it shows in summary that 85% for that quarter was recorded. And if we exclude the rebuilding, we would then be at 2% if we include the rebuilding rather. Next slide. Explanatory, this is performance in terms of the narration under compensation of members, compensation of employees. In that case, that would be permit for former members and current members. And these are the areas where we are always lagging behind around this area, especially on areas where there's a need for a policy treatment around what we receive from the fiscus versus what gets determined as a percentage annually of increase of medical aid. Next slide. Compensation of employees, again, this is the performance of execution against the budget of 372 million rand, and having expended 312 million out of that total. Next slide. Under goods and services, 58% has been spent for the quarter against the budget of 209 million rand. And in that area, we are indicating, honorable members, that some of the programs in committees does impact if there's delays either on oversight to be performed, it gets moved to another quarter. So it does have an impact on budget, and that will reflect an underperformance under that area. And sometimes due to postponement of certain activities due to justified reasons, or areas around programs that may require funding or donor related programs not executed at that particular time. So it does impact on the cycle of procurement for supporting those activities. Next slide. Again, under goods and services on members' entitlements, that's the amount that have been spent under that quarter. And it indicates that 94% of that has been spent during the period. Transfers to political parties, again, we have executed that very well against the amount indicated. And that work continues to reflect. So where it shows an overspending, it would have been when we withheld payments, either awaiting for audited financial statements from political parties that we need, And at a particular quarter, it will then reflect a higher volume of processing that. Hence, you will see an amount of 106%. Next slide. Capital expenditure. Again, this is the detailed indication of where we are on the rebuild around the unused funds, and those form part of the subsequent quarter around those areas. Next slide. The direct charges, as I've indicated, all members, this is a performance overall, indicating what we do where there is an indication of over expenditure around that area. It's largely due to a quarter where we would have either a loss of office for members as well as special exit gratuities if either a member may have passed on or moved to another sphere and so on. So it will reflect a knock-on impact of a larger payout. So overall, honorable members, for that quarter under review, we had 1.3 billion rand that we spent that constitute 62% of the 2.162 I indicated earlier on. And when you take it overall for the year that ended in March, we have spent 3.9 billion rand, or 52% of the 7.5. So that reflects the 7.5 would largely attract negativity to say, how can you spend 52% when in actual fact, the appropriation of an additional 2 billion was meant to front load the new financial year. So as at January, we receive that amount, it gets appropriated 25 March. It can reasonably only be executed from April this year. Hence, we are able to reflect that in the quarter, we performed well. But if we take into account the overall, it would have a knock-on impact to say 52%. And when you take the exit, when you exclude completely the rebuilding, you are now sitting at 85% of the 965 million band for the quarter. And to date, we have spent 88% of the 3.4 billion rand, which is a relatively positively reflecting performance of the institution. On the rebuild, there's significant progress that is recorded, and where we have not yet capitalized certain payments, it will then reflect that we have an additional 420 million rand for work done, but it was not yet capitalized as at end of that period. That takes the spending to 1.3 billion rand of the budget that was allocated for the rebuild of Parliament. And as we start a new financial year, those will be reallocated as ring-fenced to continue the work of rebuilding undisrupted. So next slide. So that's the overall reflection of the members in terms of our work, both for performance at the level of the core business administration and also financial performance that support this work initiative. I would ask the HR head to quickly summarize the activities under this category and truncate the components that will also be later detailed on other outstanding areas. Through you, Chairperson, I'll ask the head of HR to quickly summarize this.
Okay. Mr. Mgaga.
Good morning, co-chairs. Good morning, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson of the NCOP, and honorable members and colleagues. The highlights around the human capital work that has been allocated. One was the development of the human capital management strategy, accompanied by its own implementation plan. That work took us from Q1 to Q4, as the STP already indicated. It was then eventually approved in March 2026. That target has been met. The second piece of work that we really focus on is the organizational realignment and culture change programs. The organizational realignment, the honorable members will recall this work started back in 2023 with a view to be completed in the outer years. Significant progress has been made in terms of defining and designing the micro structures of all the divisions as well as the offices of Parliament. and the work on the macro structure also began, which is pending approval. Next slide. In terms of managing our talent and development, these are some of the programs that we have unleashed through our individual developmental plans across the businesses. We're highlighting that there are about 253 employees during this period that we're reporting that undertook to develop certain competencies and skill sets, and the details are there in terms of the program and the categories that were discharged. Next slide. We further welcomed the second part of the graduate cohort program. The first program was completed back in 2024, and in 2025 we started with the second cohort program. And in this we have invited 36 graduates across provinces of South Africa. We had received about 6,000 applications, and we have 36 positions available. And 90% of these positions resides within the core business. This is really to strengthen the future pipeline of our core business and also to build that succession plan. So those graduates have now joined Parliament effectively 1 March 2026. Next slide. In terms of the recruitment, the honorable members will recall that back in October 2024, the talent acquisition team was set up with a clear focus to deal with the vacancies and also to improve the turnaround times in filling of those vacancies. But simultaneously, and most importantly, is to improve our efficiencies in terms of the systems that we have when it comes to receiving the volumes of applications as we do. We have made those 42 appointments, and 31 of those supports the work of the core business of Parliament. Next slide. With regards to employee well-being, as we'll know that we have a wellness unit embedded within human capital. During this Q4, these are some of the initiatives that were discharged towards supporting the well-being of employees in terms of assessments within our wellness center, commonly referred to as the clinic. Also supporting the work, or rather supporting the members, as you can see, that have attended our wellness support initiatives. Next slide. I'll leave it here for now, STP. I'm sure I'll come back when I detail the further report that deals with the specific items. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mgaga. Through you, Chairperson. The remainder is the Statement of Accountability on Governance, which we report quarter to quarter and annually as Parliament, and it forms part of our statement of auditing by the Auditor General. That speaks to accountabilities outlines in the Financial Management of Parliament Act around adherence to statutorily determined deadlines for submission of financial statements, for submission of quarterly reports, both operationally and financially, and it indicates the cycle of governance accountability to the houses in terms of tabling, as well as to the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament. So the deadlines will indicate that at the end of each quarter, within 15 days, we must submit this. And within 5 days after that, the EA must submit to the oversight mechanism and tabling to the House. So in total, this is the compliance dashboard on our side that shows that the tabling was done for this quarter. save for 1 day difference where we were required to, as planned, around 22 January, and it was just 1 day more. And this was largely due to the month in question. You would have maybe one signature from this date, the other signature received the next day, which is part of the operational realities of our institution from time to time. The rest of the compliance went very well for the quarter, as indicated in the dashboard. Next slide. The final slide, Chairperson and Honorable Co-Chairperson and members. This is the tabling of this quarter and tabling of quarter 2, tabling of quarter 3 in terms of the overall statement for the rest of the performance of the year in terms of quarter 4 and the referral of same to this body, oversight mechanism of Parliament. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, STP. Thank you for the briefing, and which was informative. I'm now going to take hands from honorable members. I don't see, okay, Honorable Dakmo. Honorable Dakmo.
Yeah, thanks very much, Co-Chair. Thanks also to the STP for the HR head for a very comprehensive report. It's just a theme which is a matter that I am wanting to raise, and it relates, I think, to the section on goods and services. I have a view that when one, as a member, wants to access the parliamentary website in regard to questions that members have asked and responses from ministers, there isn't the mechanism that one has is not that user friendly. In other words, if I want to I want to search for every question that I, as a member, have asked around transport, it seems that there are limitations to the search function, which is a matter that I think needs to be addressed. Now, under goods and services, there's obviously an allocation that is made. What I want to establish, number one, is, is this a concern to the administration? Is there more funding that would be required? I'm sure there are many AI solutions where one could populate every question that's ever been asked and responses and, make it search friendly. And I just feel, this is an ongoing issue that I will be raising in the different reports. So I would just like a comment about, is this a concern to the leadership of Parliament? And is this a budget matter? Is there more funds required to actually be able to set up a more effective search engine for questions by members and responses by the executive? Thank you.
Honorable Clark.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everybody. Thank you for the presentation. Just clarity, we've just done the fourth quarter report. So does that mean we're not going to do the first quarter report as sent to us? Because then I need to combine some questions between the two reports. So just to start with my questions, on slide 41 shows significant capital underspending related to the rebuild project and other capital projects. Why would the administration request more funds from National Treasury for the rebuild project if they continue to underspend on the rebuild project? Should further delays on the rebuild project be experienced, what would be the revised budget? And could you please just tell us exactly what the timelines are and where are we? Are we delayed according to the timelines? Because the last time we did an oversight inspection on the rebuild of Parliament. We were told that the rebuild would be ready for SONA next year. Then also the mid-year report, slide 33, provides a breakdown by office. Is it possible to obtain the same breakdown here so that the reasons for the underspending and budget revisions can be understood in the context? For example, what was the actual budget for the Office of the EA and the Office of the Secretary? A report on all environments of revision made to the approved budget would really help us understand that. Then I just want to say what these the actual vacant posts are an issue, and for instance, register for members' interests. Can we please find out when will the vacant posts be filled? Because I think that is critical. And we would need a deadline for them to fill these posts as well. And then, sorry, I've written some on my phone and some on my notepad as it was going. Okay, then if I can also ask, slide 4, sorry, slide 4, the realignment of the organisation, they appear to want to implement without presenting the results of the organisational realignment process. So if we can just get that, and then what vacancies have been filled specifically, and what is the approved organogram? And then slide 8 lacks detail as well. The slide question is not answered. How much was spent on acting positions over the past 2 years? And if we also can ask on slide 26, it appears to deal with the Abacus report, but we have not seen that report as yet, and it is critical that we see that report. And then if we can just ask what the legal costs have accumulated to at this stage, Chairperson, that would be very interesting to know. And at this stage, that's my questions. If I have any further questions, I will ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Dagmar.
Apologies, I'm going to take my hand down.
Okay, you don't want to. Okay.
That's me.
Honourable Mother, I can see you even if your hand is dark. So long as it's you, there's no way that I can't see you. Honourable Mother.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got 3 brief questions. The first one is, can we get an update of what's happening with the head of the PBO, and how was the former PBO's exit? How was it managed? That's one. Number 2, Chair, is how much money has been spent on the rebuild of Parliament to date? And how much more is still to be spent or projected to be spent? And when exactly are we going to have Parliament project completed and handed over so that we can start doing the work in Parliament and avoid or limit these virtual meetings, Chair? The last question is directly to the STP. It's a matter of fact that the position of STP was advertised at 2.6, and he was appointed at a salary of 2.6. And we saw the contract being signed some 8 months or so later to the value of 4.4 million. But now, with the audited financial statements of 2024 and 2025, we see that it's recorded there that his salary is 5 million. So all these changes, what approval, a process was followed to get this? And then as we speak now, as at today, May 2026, what exactly is his salary? What are we going to see at the end of this financial year on the audited financial statements as his salary? And can he confirm that all these increases, because if you look at from 4.4 million to 5 million now, that's a 12% increase. I do not think there's anyone who has ever received that salary increase, particularly during this period of the economy not doing well. So his salary has now increased by 12% from 4.5, according to the audited financial statements. So who signed off all these things? And did both the accounting officers, the Speaker of Parliament, and the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces sign for these increases? I thank you, Chair. That's it for now from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, fortunately, the national speaker of, the Speaker of the National Assembly is here, and also the NCOP chairperson are here. Honorable Hadebe.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues and everyone on the platform. First of all, I'd like to appreciate the presentation made by the STP and the opening remarks done by the Chairperson of the Council. Chairperson, I think that we must be thrilled by the fact that 85% of the targets which were set out by Parliament were met. Yeah. I think that that's a good performance because it becomes an A+ type of performance. Yeah. But the Chairperson, I also would like you to follow up what Honorable Maude has said. Yeah. But what I like is the issue coming out now that there's going to be a standardization of the appointment and the removal process of the institutions of the director, for example, like the PPO director. I think that we must be upfront that it was not handled properly. I think that's my opinion, because it cannot be that when the term of office of the director comes to an end, and then Parliament start getting the information on the day before the contract expires. Are there no procedures, STP, that when, let's say, when the director's term of office comes to an end, are there no procedures which must manage that process? Because it is bad. We cannot forget that in the very same institution, we had an incident where there was a protest suicide inside the institution. So on that polar score, Chair, I think that it is bad. The way these things are done is bad. I've got hope in particular that the standardization is going to be made. But even when standardization is being made, I think there must be transparency. The people must be transparent. I'll make an example here. We, as the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, the Select Committee of Finance and Appropriation, we had very close contact with the PPO director and plus the PPO office itself. And then when we're seated, we're very happy with the work which was being done. But I think the process was not properly managed. I asked one of my counterparts who served as the director in this thing. So I think that what he revealed to me, it was really disturbing, because we had to discuss what is happening here, because that's what we expect. So this issue of standardization is very important. But because this issue of the removal of the director happened in the previous quarter, and the last quarter, around, I think that we must get an explanation what happened out of that, so that such incidences must never happen again. As I said, that there was a protest suicide which was committed in the precinct of Parliament. I think that should have been an awakening call on the side of Parliament, that the way they treat the staff, must be different. I'll just go again to the issue of relation on that aspect. I think the High Court of Cape Town last week confirmed the report of the Public Service Commission around the issue of the suicide line. So I think that as much as the Parliament has delivered 85%, but the way it treats its employees leaves a lot to be desired. It leaves a lot to be desired. I think that we must get a report around that. Number two, Chairperson, on the issue of the assessment or of the impact of the legislation, I'm very happy that there was a sample which was done, the sampling of that. But I think that what we must be very careful is that we cannot have a situation whereby the people who lost an argument during the process of the bill may come and try to reverse that thing. So I think that what systems are in place to ensure that that process is not tampered with, so that it cannot be. I'll make an example. On the house I'm serving in, immediately last year, the issue which was being pushed was the issue of the expropriation bill, the one which was passed the other time. And then it cannot be that there can be an assessment on a bill which has been passed in that year, and then within 2 years we can be able to make an impact. So on the side of the STP, what mechanisms are in place to ensure that that process will not be dealt with in such a way that it reverses the bills which have been passed by Parliament? And then the third part, which I want to come to, Chair, is the support of the both houses. I'm very fortunate that I served on the NA for quite a long time. I also served now I'm serving in the NCOP. There's a large gap when coming to the support of the two houses. There's a large gap. I'll make an example, a very simple example here, is that one, coming to the communication services of Parliament. When the IPU sits, they say it's going to Switzerland or in Turkey, on the side of the Parliament website, you can see that there's a regular update of what is happening there. And then you'll have the CPC, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference. You are not going to see, you are going to see things which are very thin. You are not going to see it. I don't know whether the members of Parliament knows that this year, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa is going to host the Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference here in Cape Town. But when you look through the website, it's scantily, there's almost nothing. So that's why I had to go. I sent my staff to ask, what is happening here? Why are there no reports or reflection coming on that side? So I think that what STP are doing as the Secretary to Parliament to ensure that both houses get the equal support. I can make an example. I'm very happy that you compared the bills which were done by both the houses and the issue of public participation. I appreciate the fact that you acknowledge that the NCOP is able to go to town when coming to public participation. Last week we were in the Northwest. We're taking Parliament to the people. The public participation there was very high for all the days, from Tuesday until Friday. The people, the NCOP was able to ensure that the people are there. And then the participation at that level was of such a highest order. Whereas when I compared to what we're doing as when I was sat on the side of the NA, when coming to the public participation process, in particular when coming to the bills there, you find that, there was scantily, when the preparation were not up to par with it. That's why these NGOs were able to challenge a lot of bills because of public participation. So I think that STP, what support is being, how to ensure that the support provided to the NA is the equal support provided to the NCOP. That will be my take for the first time. I'll come back later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maude, can you please lower your hand? While waiting for you to lower your hand, can now allow Honorable...
What if I've got another question, Chair? You must first ask if it's the legacy hand.
Why now you want to co-chair the meeting always?
I'm not co-chairing.
No, please. I see the hand because your hand was on top. This is why I'm saying your hand, because I see on my screen. I'm guided by what I see on the screen. Please.
Yes.
Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Let me appreciate the report that was presented to us. My question is that what methodology and criteria, wait, let me just go back here. Sorry, what methodology and criteria were used to appoint interns to Parliament, given that over 30,000 applications were received for approximately 30 plus positions? How did the process ensure fair representation across provinces, gender, and historically disadvantaged groups? What measures ensured alignment with employment equity targets? The last one is what controls were implemented or are implemented to prevent nepotism or favoritism in the selection of interims? That was the first question. The second question is the protocol officers. I was trying to look into the presentation to see how many protocol officers does Parliament have, considering that we have the Commonwealth, is it the Commonwealth Heads of State or Conference here in Cape Town? Judging by the once parliamentarians are traveling, there are no protocol officers to travel with members when they go overseas. If you look at all the provinces that come to meetings and we meet on international platforms, they have an admin and they have a protocol officer. And that was an area I was going to check on. How prepared are we and how do we manage that? Are we then just relying on our portfolio committees to send support staff? But basically it was the protocols. The other area is that this committee, can one ensure that this committee is also part of conferences that are applicable to parliaments? The G20 came there and the committee, there were some areas that I thought members of the committee would have been able to participate, yet not many were able to participate. So those were the three areas that I wanted to mention, but otherwise the report is received and it's well received. Thank you.
On our desk.
Thank you very much, co-chairs, and a very good morning to all in attendance. Chair, maybe I should start by apologizing for joining the meeting late, and also as part of that apology, because we are having a budget vote 8 at 10 o'clock. Apologize in advance that I won't be able to be part of this meeting to its conclusion. And of course, I think I must also submit that disclaimer that maybe some of the things that I'm going to raise might have been covered in the presentation. The presentation, the part that was presented in my presence. I welcome the presentation, Chair. My question, Chair, is on the issue that was discussed at the beginning of this administration. I'm not sure if that issue has died. It's naturally, or is it still being pursued? If maybe it's pursued, I would appreciate if we are given an update on the issue of the establishment of a budget forum, which was going to be a multi-party platform for us to discuss the budget-related issues of Parliament. And linked to that is the process of striving for the independence of Parliament from the executive. Because the red of the matter is that this anomaly is something that we've been discussing about, and we seem not to be having any clear plan or fast-tracking or expediting the process of ensuring that Parliament is independent from the executive and is managing its own affairs without having to rely on the executive to make determination in its allocations and related progress. I think an update on that effort will be highly appreciated. And then on the issue of human capital, as you are aware, some state parliament was brought to a standstill by the failure of the then management or leadership to pay details to pay attention to HR related issues, more especially around remunerations and other related incentives to employees. So I want to hear from this couple of things that was covered on, are there any outstanding? Because I asked this question some time ago, and there was an undertaking that will be updated about if there are any outstanding remuneration or maybe gratuities that are outstanding that still need to be paid to the employees, And then lastly, from my side, I would like to also to understand when is our next what is this oversight or maybe a physical site visit to the parliament project, because from where I'm seated, I'm a bit concerned of the earlier deadline that was given to this committee. Not unless maybe I'm just using a layman's experience to judge the progress from a distance. I think a physical visit will be of help. So I'm not sure when can we do that, so as we are able to just confirm whatever response that will be given to us in this meeting. I think I'll wait for on the issue of remuneration of the STP. I'll wait for the response of the Executive Authority of Parliament before maybe one makes a proposal around the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Des. Honorable Clark.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the indulgement. There were just a few questions that I admitted. I also just would like clarity. If you look at the budget on slide 1, it shows that the admin costs are 269 million rand at this stage, and this is far higher than ever before. So if we could just get that explanation, please, Chairperson. And then if I could ask, the LSS director faces allegations from all quarters at her previous employment. How did Parliament come to the decision to appoint the former DG of the PSC to the LSS, especially since the role is significantly different from her previous role? And then also, in terms of employment relations report, I think we need to ask for more detailed report on the cases where it says, unfair work treatment, because that doesn't really give us a picture of what is going on. And then on the presentation from Parliament, how long have the deputy secretary positions have been vacant, and what is the status? And then if I can, I would really like to agree with Member Maatwe. I mean, the media report was put out without any investigation report that came to the committee in terms of the secretary. And I really feel that the committee must be informed appropriately. So I would agree on that matter. And then just one issue I wanted to raise as well is that Dr. Lechlape has done a private members bill in terms of PARMED, which has come to the Health Committee. But I really feel that that bill must also be discussed at the Joint Standing Committee of Parliament, because it has implications in terms of PARMED. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makisini.
Thank you, Chair. Greeting to the co-chairperson. Chair, I wanted to check on the issue, 2 things. I observed the challenge of the tools of trade. When they expired, they have the member to receive. I'll make an example. Some of the members, their tools of trade were contract were supposed to be renewed around March and April. To date, they didn't get those gadgets. Time and again, they will have to go to V8 and ask. So if we can get maybe the process, is there any preparation prior or 2 months before the contract to renew the tools of trade? Why have to take more than 5 months for a member waiting for their tools of trade? And any update, we need to go and follow up than the Parliament, the office of the Secretary to brief the members. If they can give us a mechanism, how effective, or maybe they can make the process to be more effective and update the members time and again to get their tools of trade. Two, Chair, is the issue of the standardize when they are oversight or the international trip. The remuneration normally is not the same. You go to this oversight, people will get so much. Tomorrow you go to this, they will complain. I never had an international trip, but in general, the complaints, this is what we are getting. Do you have any standardize of the international trip for the members when they are travel abroad? Where even the one that when they are travel locally, how effective the process, if we can, maybe the Parliament can disclose to the members so that we are able to inform our members, because we get information that we're in the oversight, I get 300, I get so much. What is happening? How mechanism are they putting to make it effective so that we communicate effectively? People, they must know how to plan, and the payment when they travel abroad, normally they get those those stipend or what allowance where they are already in the country. So if they can, maybe STP can give us an update how effective their system to make sure all these things, especially the issue of the tools of trade, once the contract expired, within 2 weeks the members, they must get their tools of trade. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I think that one can be also combined with the one of how much is the on the issue of the traveling of members vis-a-vis also of the officials. Maybe that can be also captured. The speaker has left. Just send me the message now to say she's been called to come back, but she says she's going to join us. I believe that I'll give you Honorable Clark and Honorable Mauta the second round after receiving the report from the STP and the team. But I also want to request Mr. Jenkins, who's the acting chief legal advisor, to assist us the meeting. I'm not sure if he's still on the platform in terms of the issue of the PBO. Yes, he's still on the meeting because I think it's at the other level. So can I please, before I request the STP and the EA to respond, let's get the legal opinion. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Honourable Co-Chair. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Yes, that matter is still ongoing. The previous director, Professor Jantjies, his contract expired and it wasn't renewed, and he is challenging that. We are at the moment in the CCMA. He submitted his papers and we've submitted our papers, and because it's late, there's a decision that we are waiting from the CCMA to say whether they're going to allow the challenge that he's bringing to condone that lateness. So that is where we are. And then we will report as soon as that matter is finalized, or if there's another development in that matter. Thank you, Honourable Co-Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Jenkins. You, Honourable members, Honourable Mauta and Honourable Clark, you'll come back. Can I allow STP and the team to respond on the question? Chairperson.
Can I respond to the issue? I'm here. I'm the EA.
Okay.
Yes, there's an issue that has been raised by Honourable Mauta in relation to the increment, the 4.9 million rand.
on the salary of the STP. I just want to state that we've not effected increase on the salary of the STP in the 7th Parliament as yet. Now, the declared 4.9 million rand talks to the gratuity that accumulate over years, of which is due to the STP at the end of his contract. Now, the declaration has to be done in accordance with accounting standards. So hence, we have declared that 4.9 million rand. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson of the NCOP, Me Refile Motweni. STP?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, honorable members, for the clarities on our statement of accountability. I would ask my colleagues in the respective divisions to share responses on the issues of improvement on questions and responses, on the executive and what we can do to improve standards of compliance in both houses. Both house secretaries will respond on what work we are doing to improve those standards we need. On the issues raised by Honorable Clerk on slide 41, why are we requesting more funding when performance is not significant? And where are we on the rebuilding of Parliament? I just want to indicate, honorable members, that the money that has been appropriated additionally is the money based on the overall cost of completing the project. So annually, we are able to say to National Treasury, we have now appointed this contractor. The total amount is for the NA, new assembly. The total amount for the old assembly is. So when they appropriate, a contractor would have been appointed and they would have advancedly appropriated in a year before. So when they receive that, they will then take into account the total cost to complete the project is. So the reference we made to the additional 2 billion rand is not because we're asking for more. It's the amount to rebuild the project, and then they appropriated it in January. So it's going to form part of completing this project. The performance of the project is milestone based. So when there's payment made, it must be because goods have been delivered or a service has been rendered. So in a particular quarter, we will respond that performance is 22% or performance is 45% cumulatively, because we have drawdowns on a program performance, because there must be goods realized first. And on the base of accruals, in a subsequent quarter, those payments will then also be made, except in instances where there must be advance payment in line with the standard contract that would have been entered to say other items may require long lead time to deliver, so therefore a payment gets made. So it's a program performance managed budget disbursement system that we have. But on where the project is, honorable members, you will recall that on your agenda as the standing committee next month, I think it's 12th of June, the committee agreed that it will require a detailed separate focus on the rebuild. So I'm not sure whether the issue of the rebuilding should not be left at that level, so that we don't partially respond to certain aspects. Rather, when the detail is presented on the 12th of June about where the project is and whether the project will be finalized, the committee also agreed that prior to that or immediate after that, it will take an in-loco inspection following up on the October last in-loco inspection on site. That is also, as I understand, part of the schedule of the project. The project is continuing very well so far, apace, and that detail will be given at that stage. The issue of positions that are vacant, there is a report to be given after this item, Chairperson, by the head of HR. It will reflect on all vacancies. It will reflect on all payments of acting allowances. It will reflect on all positions filled and so on. And that aspect, Honorable Clerk, will be covered in that report, including the registrar that has recently been appointed by Parliament in the last month or two. On the issue of organizational realignment, where are we? Why is it taking long? Part of that report of the HRE will cover that aspects, including amounts for acting allowances. The issue of the fire investigation report and related matters, Ms. Nomonde will reflect on that area, which we did report in the last meetings of the Joint Technical Committee, where the matter is and what was the expenditure, as we reported in the last meetings of the committee. On the area of the PBO, I think Advocate Jenkins have responded, Honorable Mautwe. How was the matter handled? The contract ended, and there is a dispute that is now handled in our relevant platform as indicated, and I think that process will then be dealt with. But it was not an issue of removal of a person. It was the expiry of a contract, similar to other contract employment regimes that are applicable for contract-based employees in Parliament. The issue of the areas that Honorable Hadebe, you have also raised, I have covered that part in terms of the standards we referred to were in respect of institutions supporting democracy, standardization of appointments, standardization of removals. So the PBO office is not falling under the category of institutions supporting democracy. So there is no removal aspect that has occasioned now. It was a specific matter of the end of a contract, which I'm aware that the executive authority is handling that matter, apart from the CCMA labor dispute matter. On the areas of the mechanisms in place, Honorable Hadebe, to prevent that when bills are passed, transformative bills, they are not reversed because we are doing impact assessment. Those impact assessments are largely about the objectives that have been outlined in a bill. When executive comes, they will bring an special memorandum that states out what are the intended objectives of a particular legislation. So Parliament wants to look at impact even in the bill procedures process up until its passage, but it also wants to look at whether impacts that were stated are actually being realized in the execution by the executive. So those 6 bills that we sampled were about starting our work in piloting impact assessments of legislation so that it supports the national development imperatives, inclusive of transformation objectives as stated. The uneven support to 2 houses, Honorable Khatebe, we are trying our best to make sure that there is uneven support. The nucleus of that is that core business of Parliament services both houses. Support services branch also services both houses. And you have mentioned a specific matter that when it comes to communication, as yet, there is nothing that shows on our website for CPA, a major internal event. We were discussing as management this Monday around the need to have, branding for the CPA to make sure that choices we make are also aligned to objectives of the international body in terms of what will be the following institutional brands around invitations, what will be in the conference stage, and so on. We discussed that, we prepared options, and we will make those available to CPA so that issues of core branding are aligned, and they also ensure that we do not understate brand Parliament as a main host in the event. So striking the right balance is what we're currently discussing. We are meeting with them on Tuesday. They will be visiting from international headquarters to start familiarizing themselves with the conference venue we have as Parliament at ICC and will also be meeting with us between Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from London. So those issues will also form part of us concluding to make sure that we can move confidently in strengthening the branding of the CPA activities. And indeed, it's an important issue that our support services must be even and it must be felt equally in both houses. And we're striving to do that. It's important whenever it is not demonstrable that we receive fair criticism on it so that we can improve. But it is not a deliberate issue that this house must be supported and that house must not be supported. It can't be even a choice for us to do that. We are rendering our support in a manner that is consistent, whether it's researchers, whether it is content advisors, and whether it's any of those areas. Where we don't do, I think we will accept that we be criticized objectively to make sure that we don't blindly do something that undermines coherence of Parliament. So where we may not have demonstrated that, we profusely apologize, but in my role, I would ensure that nothing of that nature happens in the institution. On the aspect of areas, Honorable Nila May, you have raised, how do we ensure that appointments of intents are objective and they don't allow selective appointments? The head of HR, when he outlines the graduate development program for those applicants we received, he will also outline what criteria that Parliament uses around that on the area. The aspect of the budget forum, Honorable Van Rooyen, you did raise the matter previously. Indeed, we are making proposals for this work to be considered, and I think at an appropriate stage, the executive authority will process those matters and direct accordingly on how the strengthening of the budget planning process of Parliament must take place and how do we include that in the overall budgeting planning framework of the institution to strengthen the preparation of our budget and deepening its legitimacy around shared ownership by the institution. Are there any employees that have not been paid any cost of living or bonuses or gratuities? The head of HR will respond if there are any employees who remain outstanding around that. The issue of raised by Honorable Clark on slide 291. Why did we spend 291 million more in that quarter under administration? The CFO and will respond, or Ms. Mpefumlo. They will both share a response there. Why are positions of deputy secretaries still vacant? The head of HR will respond on that in terms of the org review process that is taking place. And the issue of appointment of the LSS, different from previous roles. Indeed, we recruit employees at executive level and in also different areas. We look at criteria that has been outlined, and we're able to recruit managers in line with the relevant areas. And she was recruited as such and met all the requirements that are outlined in terms of Parliament at the level of executive and at the level of seniority. What is the standard for tools and trade? Honorable Makasini, Ms. Linda Harper will respond to that in terms of agency and so on. And the CFO finance team will respond on the payment that needs to be standardized for domestic and international travel allowances for members. What is the current provision and how do we adjust it annually in line with SARS determination? Those colleagues in that order will respond. House secretaries on the procedures for strengthening executive accountability, Ms. Linda Harper and Mr. Mgaga, and also finance team on those areas. Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Chair.
May I come in through your indulgence?
Okay.
Okay. I think I just want to, I hear the STP has touched on the issue that has been raised by Honorable Katebe insofar as providing support to both houses. And I hear the secretary says that they do provide even support to both houses. But we continuously been raising this matter, but there seems not to be having any improvements in this regard, particularly when it comes to committee work. But I suggest that maybe we take this matter in depth, because clearly we really and truly don't feel this support. And we've been raising every platform that we are getting. We raise this matter to say, how do we enhance and strengthen both houses to be on equal path in terms of the provisioning of support? But that seems not to be happening, and more, and we feel so discouraged as the NCOP. We no longer understand to what extent do we have to rely on Parliament for assistance, or should we perhaps be seated there and wait for what we have been, our fate is been decided as to what is it that is due to us? I think that question remains very relevant, and it needs to be deliberated so that we are all comfortable and able to discharge our mandate in accordance with the Constitution. But as things stand, we are not convinced. We really feel that there's more that needs to be done in making sure that matters of NCOP are also being treated the same way as the matters in the NA, because we are one parliament that has two houses, and accordingly, an expectation is that both houses should be afforded an equal treatment that the houses deserves. So I thought maybe I must put emphasis as the EA responsible for the NCOP. That matter cannot just be brushed through, and it cannot be ignored. It's a matter that really needs to be taken into consideration, and it should bother all of us when it is raised from different corners many a time. Surely there is something that is it's not happening in that regard. So something is not obtained, and therefore we really need to fix that. It can't be a word of mouth, but when it comes to the actual practical matter, it's a different ball game. So I just thought maybe I should put emphasis on that matter so that all of us, we get to appreciate the sensitivity and the agency of the matter at hand, and how best can we then begin to resolve the issues such that the support is felt across board, be it in a form of human capital, the disbursement of the resources, whatever the case might be. But NCOP must be afforded the status that it is supposed to be afforded. So as things stand now, it's a matter that really needs in-depth deliberation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I thought you were responding, assisting the STP in responding to the questions from the member. Hence, I've allowed you, because I don't want to be seen as if I'm inconsistent with my conducting the meeting, as I inform other members that let's allow the EA and the STP to respond on the question, then I'll come back to that. So it's something, with due respect, my chair, that another members, they will feel as if now it is something that I'm becoming selective in chairing. So that's why I wanted you to come in response to the questions raised. So, but anyway, as it has been finalized with your response, it's fine. Can we allow Mr. Mgaga to attend to the last questions? Then we'll get back. Thank you. Mr. Mgaga, STP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would ask the colleagues have indicated in that order, Mr. Kaso and Pindela, to talk to the executive accountability strengthening, and then thereafter Linda Harper will respond and Namonde will respond.
Good morning, honourable members. This is Tanya Lyons. I'm Secretary. Mr. Kasos asked me please to respond to questions on his behalf, but I'm happy for Advocate Pindela to go first, and then I can come in unless he would like me to respond first on the issue of questions.
Chairperson, with your permission, she can proceed.
Thank you so much, Advocate Pindela. Honourable members, in terms of questions and the responsiveness to questions, in the National Assembly, there are two aspects here. There's the oral questions and the written questions. Now, the NA for oral questions, we have the full question paper, and that question paper is then sometimes not completed because we have a specified time for questions. So when you see unanswered oral questions, those would be questions not reached on the question paper. I know the National Council of Provinces has a different procedure from the NA, and the rules state that those questions that are not reached, the ministers must submit their responses immediately after the question session. That does not always happen, so that would be the reason for that difference there in oral questions not responded to on an oral question day. In terms of written questions, we have seen a very large uptake of written questions. Just by way of illustration, in 2016, we were dealing with approximately 2,000 written questions, and in 2025, we dealt with 7,200 written questions. The National Assembly does have a mechanism in place for delayed responses to written questions, and this entails that when the questions are not answered within the timeframes provided by the rules, that a report is then drafted and that report is then ATC'd. There is also steps involved in terms of engaging with the ministers who have not responded to their questions, and that involves the leader of government business. We have in the past had a caution issued by the Speaker also in the House, a reprimand on unanswered questions. So in terms of strengthening that, we would possibly have to look at strengthening of the mechanism for ensuring responses to unanswered questions within the timeframes. Thank you so much, honourable members.
Are you done, STP? Who else should respond?
Linda Harper.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. This is Advocate Pindela from the National Council of Provinces.
Okay, Advocate.
And good morning, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and honorable members and my colleagues. I was requested to respond on questions or the response rate on questions in the National Council of Provinces. And Chair, this is an issue that has been raised previously in this meeting, and my response remains constant. It remains the same, that so far as oral questions in the National Council of Provinces are concerned, the committee would see that, would realize that we have 100% response rate. And there's the reason for that is very simple. In terms of the rules of the National Council of Provinces,
time is allocated for questions, or a day is dedicated to questions. Therefore, all questions that would appear on the question paper for oral reply would be responded to on that day. And that is why we have 100% of responses insofar as oral questions for oral reply are concerned. We also have a strong response rate insofar as questions for written reply are concerned. If one looks at the statistics, you'd realize that insofar as written responses are concerned, we are at about 80-90% of the response rate. And if perhaps we are at that rate, sometimes it's not because the questions have not been responded to, but it's merely because those questions would have been responded to at a later stage. So insofar as the response rate is concerned, in the event that we do not have a response even on the day of the last day of the day on which the written responses are required, the chairperson would write a letter to the leader of government business indicating that there are questions which have not been responded to for written reply. And in most instances, sometimes we get those questions or those responses on the day on which the questions appear on the order paper. Because if we do not receive responses, those questions for written reply are then transferred into the questions for oral reply. And that is why we have that response rate, because on the day on which the questions are to be answered for oral reply in the House, we normally also receive responses for written reply, because those questions will also appear on the question paper on that day. I'm sure that the chairperson, the members would also realize that insofar as responses to resolutions of the House are concerned, we also have a strong response rate because we keep tab on what members or the executive are required to respond to. And we constantly remind them of their responsibility to respond to the resolutions of the House. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Advocate. I guess all the questions have been responded to, unless if honorable members, there are those who feel that their questions have not been responded to.
Yes, please, Chair.
I'm noting you, but no.
Okay, ma. Okay, ma. Okay.
Akira, I said I'll come back to you. Let's allow the process to unfold by Arabitsela. What I give you
Chair.
And thank you. Honorable Mautwe, Honorable Clark.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, it's worrisome and actually shameful, honestly. The response we received in relation to the salary of the STP. And I'm saying this with the utmost respect. Chair, if you look at the audited financial statements, I can take a screenshot and put it on the group. It clearly says basic salary of STP. It does not have a line of gratuity. So the basic salary as per the audited financial statements of Parliament are saying the STP received in 2024, 4.9 million. In 2025, the same amount. So the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, with the utmost respect, must not mislead this committee or mislead the nation. It's not written like that. Please go and check it for yourself. But what is even more worrisome is what she's proposing, or what she claims to have happened. We are a parliament. We are in the legislature. We are not a private company. You can't treat gratuity, because in the manner that she's articulating, it's as if Parliament has got a share stock option of cashing. You know, if you work for Standard Bank, that's why the CEO of Standard Bank will have, I'm making an example because we've had a good relationship with them. It will say he earns 80 million, but the reality is that it's 19 million and the rest is the shares, which he can cash. So it doesn't work like that. Gratuity doesn't work like that. There is no policy of Parliament that says we've got an option to cash. So the response she's given is far much even worse than what we actually thought. Because the simple thing is, the audited financial statement says basic salary 4.9 million. Who increased your salary and what approval process was followed? Now, for you to suggest that it's not even that, you are now treating Parliament as a share stock. And why is it done only to him and not everybody else? Because there is no such a policy. So, Comrade Chair, the appointment of the STP is corrupt with all its activities now leading to today. It's illegal for him to cash his own as if it's a share option. It's not. Parliament doesn't have that. You can't say but
I'm
my
not sure.
network.
I'm sure so. I'm not sure it's on my side, but and we were not muted. Was part.
So why did you miss me, Chair?
No. You can continue.
Okay, so I'm saying the response is worse than what we actually thought. Maybe if she had allowed the STP to respond for himself, we wouldn't be in this situation. Because now, the issue of forensic investigation is even much more urgent now. To even look at, okay, now there's an option to cash your shares as if you are in a share option scheme. There's nothing like that in Parliament. So the audited financial statements are clear. You know, we went to further to check the audited financial statements of Salga, chairperson of the committee, where it says his salary is this much, but there was long-term incentive of 2.5 million. There was short-term incentive of 757,000. That's how audited financial statements work. They will be very clear and very indicative of what each item is about. This one item is basic salary. There's no gratuity in that. But worse, even if there was, you can't share a share option, as if we have a share option scheme. We don't have. Now, Chair, it simply says the appointment of the STP and its related activities leading to the salary increment, and now the change of HR policy, which is known only to him and the executive authority. Everything is just corruption. And we must say it here, like we do it and hold people accountable everywhere else. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Clark.
Thank you, Chairperson. I really feel that we need to get a legal opinion in terms of this process so that we can settle our minds if this is legal or not, number one. And then number two, I just would like to find out why the new CFO is not on the platform. It would have been very good to see and meet him and have his responses in terms of the questions.
Honorable Clark, I think we have dealt with the issue of the apologies and everything. Please, can Honorable Dagmore?
No, thanks very much, Chair. Chair, I wanted to come in here because you have...
And the CFO is here in the meeting. So some of the things, honorable members, let's raise them in a proper way. Let's cool down. Because if you want to address issues with emotions, we're not going to get what you want to achieve at the end of the day. Thank you.
Chair.
Honorable Dagmore?
Chair, thanks. No, I wanted to come in on the issues and the manner in which Honorable Maotwe is raising these particular issues. There was a response by the chairperson of the NCOP. Yet, despite the fact that all of us are aware that staff employees receive gratuities, issues of the parliamentary pension fund gratuity for public sector employees. That is a matter of record, yet it appears that this member has come here specifically to continue a campaign, a personal campaign against the SDP. The issue of the fact that we've closed this matter as reflected by the minutes and the issue that the Honourable Member wants to raise is going to be discussed under the issue of the minutes. And I want to appeal to you, co-chair, that, you know, an ongoing personal attack, actually not based in fact against the findings of the Auditor General in regard to this matter is actually not acceptable. It's an ongoing attack on an individual, and I think that it's something that we cannot allow to continue. There are remedies that the Honourable Member has, and the point that I want to raise is that this committee is now being abused to fight a personal agenda, which is not actually based on fact. We've dealt with those facts at the last meeting, and we've satisfied ourselves as a committee in regard to the information provided. So I would appeal through you to the member to really desist from ongoing personal attacks, and she can raise the issues under the minutes, which we've already agreed.
Honorable Hadebe.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think that Honorable Dagmo has more or less covered me, because that issue of the STP, the salary, whatever it is, it was there in the audited statement of Parliament, that there was nothing amiss around that. The Auditor General was fine with that. And then, when we were there at the 90 Plain Street, Advocate Jenkinson was very clear that we have the Auditor General's office, chapter 9 institution, so it must be, his recommendation must be complied with. If people feel aggrieved, they should have taken that Auditor General's report to court so that it can be set aside. I think that's what all the members of Parliament, the options they have. And number two, even the public for that matter, if it is aggrieved, does not agree with that, it must be done. But yeah, Chair, when I was raising my hand, I'm raising my hand in respect of the response given by Advocate Jenkinson and the STP on the issue of the director of the PBO. What I'm interested in is that, yes, it is the end of contract. It was not a end of contract. Is there, towards the end of contract, what does the law say? What must be done to get upon? Are there no assessments which must be done? Were there no interviews which were supposed to have been done? What I'm interested in, then they expect the answer from Advocate Jenkins. What is it when a term or the contracts come to an end? What is expected? What is the institution expected to do before it is terminated and finalized? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to concur with Honourable Dagmo and Honourable Hadebe. One of the areas that I think I'm a little bit uncomfortable with is that the Honourable Maotwe was casting aspersions by using words like corruption. Now, this is a public platform. Nowhere in any of the reports has the word corruption come up, not in the AG's report, not in any of the presentations here. And I would like to put that on record. There's no state. And we all know that all members receive gratuities and employees of Parliament from pension, the pension fund. You receive gratuity under PSOP and other public sector employees. I think that, this is something even us as honourable members will be receiving gratuity upon termination of office. So I think one has to be clear and not merge and mix certain words, but I'd like to concur with my previous two colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Maude, is it a legacy hand? You and Honorable Dagmar? I want to take the last row of hands.
Excuse me, Chair.
I won't come back. Honorable Maude? Umpile. Umpile.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, I missed what you were saying. Yeah, I'm here.
Is it a legacy hand or what?
Come again?
Is this a legacy hand?
Oh, yeah. It's a legacy hand, Chair. I'm sorry. I'm about to debate in the National Assembly, but I've got the other gadget locked on. So I'll dash off a bit and I'll come back. Sorry, Chair. I'm going to drop it now. Yes. Okay, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. I think we have listened to all the questions. Before I give to the EA also the STP, there's also one matter that I think we also need to maybe take it to the other level, like the issue of the PBO, because I think there is a board that is also responsible for that. We can also request them to provide the information in relation to the process of the PBO, because there is the board that is also responsible for the PBO. And also the other issue is that I want, as I will be allowing the EA also to hand over to the administration, that is the HR, to also clarify the members on the issue of the benchmark from the 2004 on what also has happened. Is there any other benchmarking that has been done in the institution, so that all members can have an information of exactly what is transpiring in the parliament, because we might have a view that it's like the parliament is about an individual. Because as I recall, as an instance, when a person like myself, when I entered the parliament in 2004, there was an increase on the cleaners, whereby there was a benchmarking process that has been embarked. I would like also, Mr. Mugaga, also to touch on that, to take the members of the committee and the public, giving them information in relation to the processes, so that we should not be viewed as if the people are focusing, or the parliament is only focusing on one person, being the STP. Can I hand over to the EA so that they can assist us with the STP and the team? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the 4.9 as the salary of the STP, we've not effected, and I still say, we've not effected any increase to that up until now as the 7th Parliament. Now, if you look at the financial statement, there's a disclosure as well of the gratuity that is due to the STP, which accumulates over years, which is due to him at the end of his contract. It is disclosed there, Chairperson. But insofar as this administration having effected any increase in his salary, that is not the case. Whatever the STP is earning as his basic, that's what he's been earning ever since we arrived here. So we've not effected any increase. Maybe I must just clarify that matter, as Honorable Maude has come back on the matter. So that's where we are on the matter of the STP. Thank you very much.
STP?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. As we are concluding this part of the meeting, the areas around what you have just summarized for the PBO I think there is a board that supports the EA in the employment decision. Certainly the administration plays no role other than actioning decisions that arise out of determinations at a board level to support the work of the executive authority. I would also reinforce the point, Chairperson, that legal services indicated. Whenever there's disputes between employer and employee, those matters fall in the realm of labor relations. And when either party has exercised choices within the law to challenge whatever determinations, it's always important to always act guided by determinations, because as it is now, Parliament is taken to CCMA by the employee, former employee rather. So whatever determination and discussions take place around these matters, they must always be alive to that reality that the executive authority is currently a party in a dispute, and it needs to be exercised in that context to make sure that Parliament determinations are not considered outside the parameters of those legal proceedings. So as it unfolds, there will be advice given, guided by HR, guided by legal services to the executive authority, and the committee shall be updated accordingly, and also with the support of the advisory board of the PBO. In that context, Chairperson, we would like to proceed to the next area of the work in terms of the outstanding HR matters, of which HRE will provide a comprehensive response. So through you, I'll ask him to proceed and also to indicate on record that the CFO is in the platform as part of the meeting. Thank you very much. Through you, Chairperson, the HRE may proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, STP. Thank you, co-chairs and Madam Chairperson of the NCOP and Madam Speaker. Some areas that were raised that we have not answered to will be part of the presentation, and I'll touch on them. Next slide, please. These are the items that in the previous meetings were asked to appraise the honorable members. So I'll touch on those 6 items. And some of those questions, or some of those 8 items, questions arose in terms of vacancies, acting positions, the implementation of the ORP. Where are we with that project? Next slide. This is just in a nutshell how we define the ORP. Really, it aligns to the organizational model, and we need to define how we are organized as Parliament in terms of the divisions and the work that we need to do. It also aligns with the broader institutional strategic plan, but also it's geared towards improving our efficiencies, looking at the processes, systems, and tools, as well as the right level of skills that are required within the broader organization. And lastly, our aspired culture. Our aspired culture, it's a value-based culture. What is a value-based culture? It is largely informed by the values that we have defined and approved as the institution. Next slide. This is a broader roadmap of the ORP that we defined back in 2023 when we started. It has various phases. Where we are, honorable members, we're now at phase 3. That work has been complete. What is entailed in phase 3, simply put, is the design of the organizations, both at micro levels as well as macro levels. The macro level is pending further attention and approval from the executive authority. And the microstructures as well are pending that approval. Indeed, there was a question around, next slide. Next slide. Indeed, there was a question about the 2 deputy secretaries' positions. Those positions do appear in our macrostructure. Of course, we cannot continue to fill those roles until such time that the macrostructure is endorsed, approved. As I've said earlier, is still pending approval, is still work in progress. Next slide. The issue around the registrar, it was adequately attended to. Advocate Gordons has since been appointed effectively March 2026 as the registrar for the interest of members. That is closed. But we thought let's share with the honorable members some great work that has been done in terms of filling the positions in the last financial year. And we have filled 68 as new hires at various levels, as indicated that the focus has been around the roles that supports the work of committees and core business. And we can also report here, honorable members, that we also had upward mobility and internal mobility of about 61 positions, meaning which 61 people have been placed in different positions. Of course, at the time of preparing the slides, we had 32 graduates. I think there was a question around that. Let me deal with it here. The normal process and the criteria that we follow in filling the positions of the graduate program is per the human capital policy, which entails that we must advertise, we must shortlist, we must conduct interviews, we must conduct, where applicable, assessments. We do psychometric assessments. And there must be a panel in place, an independent panel in place that consists of various line managers and divisional managers. And of course, in that panel, there's always a union representative to safeguard the organized labor interest and to ensure there's fairness. So that process that I've just outlined is applicable across positions or vacancies or the recruitment process across Parliament. So this graduate program followed exactly that. That answers the question that was raised by honorable member. Next slide, please. So this picture really paints the vacancies that we have in the current financial year of 26-27. And we have already started to kick off with the recruitment process. And all these 94 positions are at different stages of the recruitment as articulated. This is for the financial year of 26-27. Next slide. These are the details in terms of where those positions reside in terms of the divisions and the offices. You will see right at the end the register of members' interest, which is the position that was asked about and reflected on. It is there. Next slide. number of critical vacancies per grade. The focus here is just the grades. You'll see that from lower levels, which is A1 up to senior management, those are vacancies that we have. Next slide. In 2026, certainly there was a question that we appraise the honorable members about the number of acting positions, the progress associated with that in terms of filling those vacancies. These are details in relation to those acting positions, but I'm happy to point out here, honorable members and co-chairs, that these positions are already part of the 94 that we've already initiated the recruitment process. Already that process is in motion. Of course, with an exception of the PBO director role that have been spoken about, which is still pending the CCMA outcomes. So that we have not initiated the process. So as well as the members' facilities or members' affairs, that one is also pending the macro structure that is being considered in the same way that I touched on the deputy secretary roles. All those are pending the finalization of structures. Next slide. The associated expenditure when it comes to acting allowances, this is within the acting policy of Parliament as we execute. We pay those acting allowances in line with that policy. The total that as at April 2026, total cost of these acting allowances, it's at 438,492 rands. So that's the total. And again, I want to emphasize that these positions are already being attended to in terms of the recruitment process. Next slide. The honorable members have requested to be appraised around the existing organizational structures of Parliament. This is the macro structure. Without going to the details, the honorable members, they do have this information has already been shared. And certainly if you look at the both deputy secretary positions, as I already indicated, are vacant, pending the approval of the structures. We have made tremendous progress in filling the senior management leadership roles, as you can see. As I indicated, only the members' affairs that is pending at this stage. Next slide. We're also requested to share the total number of workforce of Parliament. This is as at end of April 2026. We have 1,210 people in Parliament, according to our payroll and according to the approved establishments in terms of the numbers. Co-chairs, these are the details per individual divisions. I'll kick off with the core branch. Under core branch, of course, there is National Assembly, there's NCOP, there is Core Business Support Division, there is Knowledge Division, and there's also ARPD. I'll speak briefly around the point that was raised in relation to protocol function within Parliament. Is it sufficient? Where do we find it? The response is that protocol function do exist. It is embedded within the IRPD led by Mr. Sitole, Divisional Manager. You may jump in to give further details if required. That function, it is there, which supports the protocol requirements of members, as indicated. I must also point out that as we review structures as part of the ORP, we also assess the efficiencies. We also assess if we have sufficient resources in those individual business models that are embedded in those organizations. So certainly the protocol function followed that process, those engagements, which then informed the design of the IRPD organization. Next slide. These are the details in terms of the NA. Next slide. These are the details in terms of the NCOP. Next slide. These are the details of the core business division. All the next slides, it then unpacks the details. If we can move to the support services. Maybe if you go back to that international relations slide, the one before this. This is part of the answer that I was providing. We can see that the protocol function is embedded there. There is a position that we're looking at, but there is support. There's also a protection officer that is in that organization of protocol administration. So, honorable member, that protocol function, it is sufficiently covered within the IRPD. Next slide. The services branch is really the support functions that enables and support the core business of Parliament. It consists of those various functions, which is the communications services, the human capital, the member support, the ICT, which deals with the question that was answered to around tools of trade and so on. Then there is support services that deals with fleet management, household services, including the restaurants management, all four restaurant managements in Parliament. These are the details. We can go right towards the end of this. I'm making assumption that honorable members, they followed my earlier presentation. This is the office of the Secretary to Parliament. What you find there is that there is a strategy and governance function. There is CFO that reports to the Secretary, risk function, the registrar of members, issues pertaining to security, the legal services, the internal audit. The internal audit has dual reporting lines. It is actually dotted lines to Secretary to Parliament, but it reports to the Internal Audit Committee, which is an independent committee in this regard. And then we have the LSS, and please forgive me about the typo there of the P, it's LSS. Next slide. Here we're just also indicating the offices of the EAs. We do play that human capital support in those offices. This is how they are organized. This is the office of the Speaker of National Assembly. Next slide. This is the organization of the chairperson of the NCOP, and all those positions are filled in the office of the chairperson of the NCOP. Next slide. These are just details that I've already covered. We can go further down. Previously, this is the second part of, or rather the third part of the presentation. The first part dealt with the vacancies. The second part dealt with the organograms, both at macro and micro levels, and also articulating the acting positions and associated expenses or expenditure. There were further questions and clarifications in the past around the advisory services, why they were needed, what is their roles and responsibilities. We thought let's further appraise the members that the advisors were primarily brought to support the programs of Parliament, namely your built environment. As an example, that project manager is responsible for ensuring that the restoration of Parliament is complete, within time, within budget. Some details were discussed earlier. What we're seeking to clarify here is that they're not advisors as being perceived or incorrectly understood, but these are program directors assigned to specific programs that supports the work of Parliament. Yes, indeed, they've been past experiences in Parliament. We show those details in the forthcoming slides, that it has been an acceptable practice to bring additional resources to support the work of Parliament. Of course, it has to follow the talent acquisition policy within the human capital. And broadly speaking, outside of Parliament, it is also a acceptable practice within the public services that departments will have additional resources to look at specific programs that require support. I'll move to the next slides. Next slides. Next slides. Next slides. I've covered this. Next slides. Next slides. Next slides. Thank you. There's a question that Honorable Van Rooyen put up in relation to remuneration practices. If there are any outstanding gratuity, any outstanding remuneration that are due to employees. The answer there, Honorable Van Rooyen, is that no. I further want to clarify that there was a question from the honorable members about the PSOP regime. From onset, I want to indicate that Parliament has two pension schemes. One is a PSOP scheme, and the second one is a Government Employee Pension Fund, which is GEPF. But it's important that we map the background. The PSOP, which is a parliamentary scheme specifically, was established back in 1933 for permanent employees or officers of Parliament at the time. But in 1994, the new government resolved to phase out the PSOP dispensation upon the establishment of a new pension framework, which is now the Government Employee Pension Fund. And subsequently, that was then established in 2002. The phase out of the PSOP was then implemented in Parliament in 2002. There were consultations happened at the time across the institution as that transitioning period happened. And in the forthcoming slides at the end, don't move yet on this one, I'll then detail how those consultations happened, what were the resolutions in terms of that framework. As I've said, currently we have those two regimes in terms of the scheme, PSOP and the GEPF. The PSOP resides under the authority of the Executive Authority of Parliament, acting as an authority of the fund. They are responsible from the Parliament point of view to ensure that as we discharge the PSOP, it is done accordingly in accordance with the rules, the prevailing rules of the PSOP. There's a second leg, which is administered by National Treasury. They discharge the administration of that. So that's how it happens. Next slide. There's an important point that I must make towards the PSOP. The PSOP is a non-contributory scheme, honorable members. The employees that belongs to PSOP do not contribute any fees or monies towards the PSOP. Secondly, there are no deductions. As a result of that, there are no deductions that occurs within our payroll system towards contributions of the PSOP because it remains as such as that. In this picture, it's just to share with you in terms of the beneficiaries or the employees and the spread across the two different schemes. Of course, we have about 24 employees who do not belong to either of those two schemes. But you'll see accordingly that majority of our employees, 1,000 plus, are within the GEPF for the reasons that I've cited earlier on. Next slide. These are some of the rules of the PSOP that we follow to the T as we execute, as we discharge the administration and the responsibilities of the PSOP that are clearly defined, and these rules are known and communicated and applied consistently to all employees. Next slide. Again, these are the details. it's important to highlight the rules 3C, which is referred to as Handic clause. Handic is a former employee of Parliament, but according to the rule book, it is Rule C. The rule clearly indicates that officers, which is an employee, who have completed not less than 35 years service shall be entitled to additional gratuity equal to 50% of the gratuity in sub-rule B. I'm raising this, colleagues, because there's been a request from some members and beneficiaries of the PSOP that if the institution could consider to be flexible around that rule. What does that mean? Lower down the 35 years to about 30 years of service and so on. Of course, that comes with serious financial implications for Parliament at large. And the EAs have been engaged on these aspects, and accordingly, and the same messages have been communicated consistently that the rules of the fund, which is the PSOP, remains the same. Next slide. These are associated benefits that are available for employees within the PSOP. Next slide. These are some of the amendments and the response that the previous administration provided. They made amendments, certainly on that 70% pensionable earnings, which was done in 2018. Next slide. We are advised that our colleagues, they've approached the EA, to some extent, the Joint Standing Committee members, to present their case with a view if there's any opportunity to consider these two rules, which is Rule C that I indicated. Then the second item, which I'll also deal with it into its details on the next slides, is the perceived 13% contribution. Honorable members, PSOP is a non-contributory scheme. There is no deduction that is happening. That perception is not correctly placed. Secondly, it is a notional value. It's a theoretical value. It does not mean that there is a deduction that happens. I guess what we need to continue doing from human capital and across divisions is to make colleagues to understand that the regime that was signed back in February 2007, it clarifies, which is on the next slide. Next slide, please. Here we're comparing the two regimes that I referred to, both PSOP and the GEPF. These are benefits attached to it. And bearing in mind that PSOP is a non-contributory scheme. Secondly, employees who are between the ages of 55 to 59 within the PSOP do meet the eligibility criteria where they may opt for early retirement. And they can receive their pension benefits, most importantly, without any penalties. Whereas with the GPF, if you retire before the retirement age as spelled out in the rules, we are subjected to heavy financial penalties, which is the employee. Since PSOP is a non-contributory scheme, it then impacts on their bottom line, which is a net pay. Comparatively speaking, the PSOP belonging employees, they have a better advantage that their net pay is higher by 7.5% compared to GPF because it's a non-contributory scheme. So I guess our message here is, honorable members, the schemes are equitable, they are fair. Of course, it has different rules that are applicable to each scheme. Of course, the PSOP is being phased out, as I indicated earlier. And again, that issue of notional value, which seem to be misunderstood, Parliament do not deduct any monies from the PSOP members. And we continue to engage with colleagues. I think the Secretary to Parliament in December 2025 did indicate that. Recently, in our monthly labor management meeting, we also agreed with NEHAW that we will engage with the task team members of the PSOP so that these matters can be clarified. But they did not yield to that call, and will continue engaging with a view to clarify. Next slides. So, in summary, in terms of clarifications, PSOP members are not prejudiced by the notional value, as I already indicated, as Treasury carries the liability for funding of the PSOP pension funds, and Parliament is liable for the cost of the post-retirement medical aid subsidy from its baseline budget. The Rule C also dealt with it into details, that this Rule 3C, if those 35 years were to be reviewed, an actuarial study will have to be done to determine the financial implications for Parliament. The last slide, which is the next one, I thought it is important that we share with honorable members that this is the framework that was approved back in 2007 by the then Mr. Mbangula, which is constantly being referred to, and in some instances is being incorrectly referred to or quoted. This framework, it then managed the whole transition from the PSOP to GPF. I will not go to the details. And it's important that the honorable members, we share these frameworks with yourselves transparently to mitigate the fact that there seem to be misalignment, misunderstanding around what Mr. Mbangula had clarified. And accordingly, this is being managed as we speak in terms of the PSOP in line with this framework of 2007. And in this framework, there is no indication of 13% being deducted from employees. As such, Parliament do not have an existing bank account. As such, Parliament do not have any preservation fund. and certainly the colleagues from the finance unit can also further confirm that. This will be the end of the Human Capital Report, Co-Chair, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair of the NCOP, and Honorable members of Parliament. Thank you, STP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, we have concluded both presentations in respect of all outstanding matters. Thank you very much.
Okay, STP, I think I'll open platform for members to raise their hand. I only see the Honorable Dagmar. Before that, can I allow, or can I check with the chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Refilem Zenitsipane, if there is anything you want to raise, Chairperson?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. There's nothing from our side apart from what has been presented before us. Of course, we will await the questions of the honourable members. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Dagmar, Honorable Clark.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thanks again for the updates and the presentations. I think for us, particularly as new members in the 7th administration, I think some of us are still trying to get our heads around the pension issue that has been raised via petitions sent to the committee and to the EA, the issue of the PSOP. And in the report, the head of HR, refers to possible financial implications for Parliament should, they concede to the requests of the PSOP members who are basically asking for flexibility, as I understand it, in terms of that so-called Houndic clause. So what I would like to know is what exactly are the financial implications? I'm just trying to understand if that could be explained in detail. What exactly would the financial implications be if, for instance, as I would understand, a particular number of PSOP members would opt for that 50% gratuity or that particular clause? Could we just have it in rands and cents? The issue of the financial implications. But otherwise, thank you very much for the presentation, and I'm happy that some of the vacancies have been filled. I just wanted to ask: is there a reason that the member support services position has not been filled? Can I also just have clarity on that issue? Thanks.
Honorable Clark and Honorable Khadebe in that order.
Co-Chairperson, just wanted to get clarity in terms of the time frame for the microstructure approval, if there's a time frame for that. And then I might have missed it in the presentation, but I wanted to know how much was spent on acting allowances over the past 5 years. Is there a possibility that you have that figure on hand? And also on overtime in terms of that retrospect. And then also the organizational structure of the STP's office, they didn't present that. And what is the cost of that? And what is the cost in terms of the CEO for each division, and how much was budgeted for goods and services in the budget? Thank you so much.
Honorable Khadebe.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And then I'd also like to appreciate the report coming from the HR Services of Parliament. So, Chair, I'm worried actually when will this thing be concluded? This issue of the new organogram, whatever it might be. because I'm interested on the issue of the International Relations and Protocol Division. If we could look at that slide, I don't know which slide, it's not numbered, or slide 24, there are 4 vacancies there as they're presented today. How much time does it take to have a turnaround time to implement, to close a vacancy? Because if a division is going to have so many vacancies, then it shows that that's why we've got so much problems when coming to international trips. I'll make an example. It's either it is the issue of participating in international fora, or the portfolio committees and select committees going over abroad. There's this issue of things are lacking. You find that sometimes the approvals are done even when the conferences have already started. So I think that this issue of turnaround time in filling the vacancies really must be improved, because we cannot have such an important division. Because when we speak about parliamentary diplomacy, I think it's one face of parliament. As I said in the previous meetings, that the international relations strategy of South Africa is one of the best in the world. Actually, I can say that's second to none. But if this imported division, like the international relations, can have so many vacancies, then we'll be in trouble. So I think that what is the turnaround time, Mr. Mgaga, in filling the vacant post? Because when someone leaves a particular post, I think that when you go to the private sector, there's something which you can learn from them. When someone is going to resign, or someone is going to go on that or on pension, even before that person leaves, you find that the new incumbent will have already been recruited, will have been oriented by the person who's leaving. So, but that division has got so many vacancies. I think that there's something we can improve. That's why I say that's why we have the conferences like the CPC, which are not properly profiled, because there's something lacking from the side of International Relations Division. But by and large, we really appreciate the report. And then what I'd like to say that let us try by all means to treat all the workers equitable and equal. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Dagmar, is it a legacy hand? Honorable Dagmar? Honorable Dagmar?
Apologies, Chair. It's a legacy hand.
Thank you. Honorable Maute and Honorable Ney.
Thank you, House Chair. Mine is just one question. Is there a policy of Parliament in relation to HR that offers the employees of Parliament accommodation? The employees not assigned to political parties, but the employees of Parliament. And if so, can we be given that policy? And also, can we get a list of the people who are given accommodation by Parliament, who works directly for Parliament, Chair, and how much Parliament is paying to every landlord, whether it's public works or it's private landlord? Thank you, Chair.
Lower your hand. Lower your hand. Thank you.
Well, you just love my name. You must call your child Umpili.
No, my child is Umpili. That's rest assured. It's true. Honorable May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for giving us this opportunity. I'd like to concur with my colleague, Honourable Khadebe, with regard to international relations. There are committees that I'm sure various members sit that actually take you out the country. And to give you an example, there's already 3 trips that, for instance, that from SAPAC and SADCOPAC that I belong to with regards to public accounts. And there was no protocol officer that traveled with me. All the other countries have a protocol officer. All the legislatures here in South Africa have protocol officers. I linked in with Limpopo, and Limpopo assisted me with regards, and I am from National Parliament. So I think with regards to our international travel, that is why I asked how many protocol officers do we have? Because, for instance, we will next year be hosting a SADCOPAC, and we will have countries from probably between 8 and 12 countries on the African continent arriving. For instance, when we get, I will use Lesotho as an example. We arrived in Lesotho. We're all members of parliament and chairpersons of SCOPA, and me being the deputy chair for SAPAC. There were protocol officers from Lesotho picking us up at the aircraft, taking us to a holding room, taking all our luggage, all our passports, sorting everything out. And I was wondering in the sense of how we do that to our counterparts that come here. Even now here in Namibia, the same. There were protocol officers assigned to each of our countries. They were here assisting us, taking us through, picking us from the airport, taking us to the hotel. And my protocol officer from the Namibian government is here with me. However, I don't have somebody from South Africa with me. So that is something I think we internally need to deal with. The sharing of experiences is here there are 8 countries that I'm with here from public accounts, and they do look up to South Africa. We are far in advance with regards to legislation and the way we operate. However, I think there are a few little things that we lack, and that is on our international travel and the protocols that we can, I think, improve on. And I still wanted to find out how many protocol officers does Parliament have, not in management positions, but warm bodies that are there that accompany members that travel abroad. Thank you.
Can I ask, Honorable Clerk, I think you raised your issues, unless if I'm not sure if you were able to raise everything, or you wanted to come back, because I don't want members to raise many things, because at the end of the day, most of the members are sending me message to say they are busy on the debate side. Honorable Clerk.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would allow me just to ask one more question, if that's okay with you.
Please.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to find out the following. The 13%, is that reflected in the TCTC? Was this budgeted for? What happens to the 13% if it's received from National Treasury? And was there agreement that the 13% would be preserved for the officials? And if you could just get total cost to company. Thank you so much.
Okay. I just got the message. I'm not sure my chairperson of the NCOP will be able to start first, but if not, then I can go straight to the STP, because he was sent me the message to say they are busy on the other session, but they will keep connecting on the line. STP?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My colleagues in HR would respond on those areas. I think in respect to filling of positions, we have reflected so far that we are moving in speed and having filled so far the 161 positions that have been presented. And we are prioritizing positions. As soon as the high-level structure is okayed, it's currently being engaged with the EA. And we remain hopeful that this month of May, we would have made a submission to the EA so that the issue of the sign-off is done after having received the comments in 2 sessions. That then enables us to finalize divisional level structure. We have done all of those, but we wanted to operationalize them as soon as the high level structure is finished. It will then pave the way for every division of parliament to continue to operate from the position of certainty, because the more it is delayed, we are marching towards mid-term of the 7th parliament, and the strategy has been adopted. So the alignment of structure is quite crucial so that it doesn't lag behind. You don't have capability to operationalize the human capital strategy. That is a key priority we presented. So we remain hopeful that this matter must be concluded so that the organization can operate from a stable platform going forward. Structures are not exact science. Structures are reviewable from time to time, but they are very central to provide relevant stability for the institution to come forward, to execute its work. So on the ones of IR, on the urgent areas, Honorable Khadebe, we will be looking at those to make sure that the requisite capacity for protocols is finalized with the rest of others. Where there's urgency now to prepare for areas like CPA, I think I will engage with the head of IR to make sure that we can prioritize those positions and fill them urgently. The head of HR, Honorable Clerk, will speak to the overtime that you needed for the last 5 years. But all I can indicate so far in terms of acting allowance and overtime, we have tried to stem that since 2022, and you will see the significant decline on overtime as well as significant decline on acting. And that has been stemmed down because we are filling positions to make sure that the core business operations is not falling behind. The next priority now is operations, because as we rebuild Parliament, areas like institutional services require additional capacity. We have now brought staff back. Members have full offices. So even for basic support areas like cleaning and restaurants, we don't have capacity. And it's an area that we're prioritizing this year to ensure there's full capacity. Finance will indicate on goods and services budget, which we have covered in our Q4. And I think Ms. Nomonde or the CFO can indicate that total amount we have expended this year on goods and services. On the structure at the STP office, I think Mr. Mgaga would reflect on that because we do have structures for all the divisions, and there's divisional heads that are also in offices, and their payment is also part of the annual budget of Parliament as per prescribed salary payment scales. The area of accommodation, I think Honorable Mautwe, HRE would respond to that. And finance colleagues, if there's anything I've missed, you could quickly fill in those areas respectively. Thank you very much.
STP, while you're still on the platform, my apologies for taking you back before you hand over to the finance. When is the arrangement for the oversight?
Let me just establish from Simon the actual date. Mr. Mashiko, the project manager, can you state the actual date for the in-loco visit to the rebuilding site?
Just quickly.
Manager, Chair, we will be directed by the committee, but it was set for June. It's mid-June. It will be directed by affirmation of the committee's program, but we are ready to take it on June.
Okay. I think through Chair, on the last time I recall, I think it was either 19 June. I'll just verify that and see what could be the date. Thanks.
No, let there be a proper arrangement so that we can communicate the exact date to the honorable members, please. Can I now hand over to Honorable Dakmo, please? I'm not sure if it's a legacy hand or we want to raise something as a legal.
Chair,
I thought you'll come back.
Just briefly, thank you for this. we do have an item later in terms of the program for the second term, in terms of your question about the oversight visit. But when I've looked at that program, the oversight visit is scheduled for the 19th. But I think we can finalize that matter when we get to that item on the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
No, it's okay. I see Cindy's saying in terms of the program, it's the 19th. The Finance Department, can you come in? Honorable, before Finance, Honorable Kanyani, my co-chair, are you in the meeting?
Co-chair?
Can I hand over to you, my co-chair? The members, they want to hear your voice.
No, thank you so much, co-chair, and thanks to honorable members, the speaker, the chair of the NCOP, and the STP and his delegation. Let me thank you, co-chair, for steering the ship this morning until this time, but also thank you for the duration that you have held the fort. In my absence, I think we are left with about 2 to 3 weeks to conclude our business on the other side. I must also thank Honorable Doug Moore for standing in, and also thank honorable members for the support that they have given to both of you and the work that the committee has done so far. Let me appreciate the reports that have been made in this meeting, including the inputs that were made by honorable members, and appreciate the progress that has been made and the outstanding issues that will need our attention. First of all, I want to agree with Honorable Van Rooyen on 2 things. One, that the meeting that is scheduled for the 12th of June must happen so that we get an update on the progress that has been made on the restoration project, and also determine the other site visit. And number 2, that the matter of the budget forum, if we could get a briefing, and we must not put pressure on the EAs. Of course, it's a matter that has been raised early in our meeting since the committee was constituted. So once the EAs are ready, they can come and take us through on the proposals that they have on the budget forum. Honorable members have raised issues and questioned the support that is given to both houses of parliament. The STP has made a commitment that there are efforts to make sure that both committees are given even are supported evenly. And we must just emphasize it here, Honorable Co-Chair, that the signs are not what the STP is saying. So we will want to see manifestation of that support STP on the part of the administration. Because the matter was not only raised by the chair, but Honorable Khadeb, I think, also spoke to the matter. And this joint standing committee plays oversight on both the National Assembly and the NCOP. And when we are in this joint standing committee, there are no NA and there are no NCOP members. But once members belonging to another house start raising issues from their domain, it's not a matter which we can turn a blind eye to. We have to deal with it with the attention that it deserves. And I think on your part, or maybe even in our future meetings, we may want you to present a plan that shows how such matters are going to be attended to. And I think the Honorable Khadebe, when he made the illustration about the IPU and the Commonwealth Parliament that will be hosted by Parliament this year, later this year, you could see a stark contrast in terms of the support that is being given. And I think it will be very, very important, STP, to accept this criticism and take the matter upon your sleeves and say, we are not only going to do this by the word of mouth, but we will manifestly be seen dealing with this matter of ensuring that the two houses are evenly supported. And the other matter, Co-Chair, is with regard to the issue that was raised by Honorable Maote. And I very much appreciate that the matter was not on the agenda. First of all, I'm going to request the two of you, because there was at some point when I heard you addressing her as Umpile, and that your child is also Umpile. Let us keep it at Honorable Maote and Honorable Ndlovu, because that is what will accord this meeting its decorum, so that we don't come to the next meeting and she stands up here and say, hey, Sani, and then she said, but previously this is how you used to address me. So for the purpose of the decorum of that meeting, let's keep it at that. I was not there in those meetings, but the report that I got is that the matter has been sufficiently and exhaustively dealt with, the matter of the appointment of the STP. And to what I know is that there was also a report which was done by the AG on that appointment. And I think we need to accord institutions like those the integrity that they deserve. But be that as it may, it does not stop any member of this committee from asking any question. And I think if, even when the matter has been dealt with, if Honorable Maote or Honorable Clark or any other honorable member of this committee has a question that they want to have clarified, we can't stop them from doing so. I think I can only advise that if there are such issues, they can do them procedurally. I don't think sometimes it's okay, Honorable Co-Chair, Honorable Maote, to come to a meeting, and when we have to deal with an agenda, we just have issues coming. I think everybody's justified, everybody's given an equal opportunity to speak in this meeting and the respect that they deserve. If there are issues, honorable members can raise them to say, look, we have the following issues. The administration may not be ready to respond to the issues, but we want to raise them here, and Chair, please advise on how soon we can get responses to our issues. And those issues will be followed up, will be responded. And I'm going to plead with honorable members that the issue of the appointment of the STP, with the investigations that have been made by the Auditor General, let's lay it to rest. And if there are any matters related thereof, like what Honorable Maote has raised, on the benefits that accrue to the STP. You can always ask, and those responses will be given like they were given in this meeting. It's not a matter which can make us to go to war. And unfortunately, sometimes we discuss these matters in the absence of the subject concerned. And they may not even have to hear some of the statements or the comments that we make. And I also want to persuade members to move away from the view or the conclusion that the appointment is corrupt and was a corrupt practice, because the explanation has been made on how the appointment was made following all the processes of Parliament. And I know that as the 7th Parliament, we are a successor in title. We take responsibility for everything that has happened in the 6th or 5th administration. And we also own the decisions to the extent that they are lawful and compatible with customary practices and universal best governance practices. And there is nothing that we are protecting or defending about the STP. The STP, as a South African, has proven his administrative prowess and has led institutions even before he came to Parliament. He did not bring himself here. He was brought by the authorities. And like I say, the committee has discussed this matter and has dealt with it exhaustively, but we cannot on any day censure any member of this committee from saying you will not speak about a matter of the STP. We will always welcome those issues, but we will request them to be brought in a manner that give every one of us a chance and opportunity to prepare and respond to the best of our abilities. That is what accountability is all about. And we must take it in good faith, in good spirit, and say we work as a team. We deal with issues in a manner that every one of us, when we leave this meeting, should be satisfied that I asked questions and they were responded to. I made a contribution, and my contribution was meaningful. I want us to leave it at that. There is an expression in Afrikaans that goes, "Gedierig en dieselfde ambiel slammer, en dieselfde ambiel hammer." Ons kan nie altyd van dieselfde onderwerp praat. There is a time when we have to step over the matter and focus on other things that will make us a parliament of the Republic of South Africa. And STP, furthermore, there are statements which have been made, including comments on the organizational review. And what has been very critical, you have heard the questions about the vacancies on the positions of the deputy secretaries, which members have expressed their concerns and have showed their eagerness to have those positions promptly filled. We appreciate the progress that has been made. And my view is that where we agree on the organizational design, the reciprocal activities should be that where there is agreement, we may also need to move with speed and fill such vacancies, especially those that are very critical, like the two vacancies of deputies that members have spoken to. Over and above all, We appreciate the progress that has been made also on the recruitment of interns and the staggering numbers of applications that have been received. As Parliament, as public representatives, they tell us a story. If we get a report before us that 6,000 applications have been received and only 36 or 42 of the 6,000 could be appointed. And remember, these are graduates. We must be worried, and this must be enough motivation for us as the leadership of this country to do more to create employment opportunities for the people of South Africa. There is a sticky issue here on is it permit or the allocation that the Treasury has made regarding permit, if I heard properly, and Honorable Cameron has also spoken to the matter, because I know that there are former members of Parliament who are entitled to medical benefits, and such benefits are subsidized by the contributions of the members that are currently serving. I think it's a matter which we must not browse it. We, at some point, when we have time, we need to come and discuss it and understand what the implications are, so that even if it requires us to call the permit board here. I remember we previously had a virtual session with them. We can call them, but even before we call them STP, we need to have a better understanding of what the implication, what does this mean, and what the implications are. Those are the comments, Co-Chair and Honorable Cameron, that I wanted to make in the meeting. Over and above all, my emphasis, I want to thank you so much for the support that you have given to me personally in my absence as the co-chair of this committee, and the support that you have given to the co-chair, Honorable Ndlovu, and Honorable Cameron. Thank you so much. All the best for the weekend. We will meet again very soon. I think we should have another meeting, Honorable Cameron, because we may be preparing for the budget vote of the legislature. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Chair. Sometimes there was a area co-chair that the finance was supposed to clarify members before you do the closing remark. That's why I was thinking that maybe you wanted to do some comments on the areas there. But I think I'm happy with the comment from your side. So maybe we can get a clarity from the STP and the EAs on the questions from the finance department. If members are happy with that, those responses can be sent to the group. Those have been questions that the members feel that they are not happy about the responses that they get. Then the finance department can throw the response on the group. Then we can continue with them in the next meeting if they are not happy about STP.
No, thank you very much, Co-Chair. It was a matter of how much we have spent under goods and services, and it was covered under the Q4 report. With your permission, either the option of sending to all members, but the CFO can instantly indicate how much was spent on goods and services. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thanks, STP, and greetings to honorable members. For the year under review, the full spend for goods and services is 336 million point 4 versus an annual budget of 577 million point 9, resulting in a spend of about 58%. And then during the fourth quarter, it was articulated when the report was delivered that for the fourth quarter, we had spent 121.6 million versus a budget of 209.5 million, resulting in a 58% spend for the fourth quarter. I thank you, Honorable Co-Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dagmar, is there anything that you want to raise?
Chair, thanks. No, I just wanted to comment on one issue that was raised by the co-chair, Honorable Lechanyane. I understand that he was also proposing that, given the fact that we have vote 2 to be debated in the NCOP as well as the NA on Thursday, that it would be advisable that the co-chairs consider convening us, say, on Tuesday, where our executive authority, chair of NCOP and speaker, can brief the committee on where we are with, obviously, the budget has been tabled by the Minister of Finance, but I think it's important that before we go into that debate on Tuesday, that Joint Standing Committee gets a briefing. So I just wanted to clarify that if that is what the co-chair was suggesting, that I think that's a good proposal, and I would like to support that for a special meeting early next week. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank my co-chair, Honorable Kanyani, the Executive Authority, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Toboti Diza, the Chairperson of the NCOP, Refile Mutsweni Tsipane, the STP and the team, honorable members, my beloved honorable members of the committee and the legal team that is on the platform to make sure that this meeting becomes a success. Thank you very much, honorable members and everyone. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.
Chair.
Otomi, Maude.
We didn't go to the minutes as indicated.
No, it's fine. We'll refer them to the meeting. I think every one of you was saying, you sent me the SMS that you are busy on the other side. So I didn't want to go through the this area so that while we are busy on the other side. Now that my chairperson is also busy, she says 12 o'clock, they will be meeting the other people on the other side. So I don't think it's going to be a serious challenge.
The agenda, we didn't.
You already discussed whatever you wanted to discuss on our module. It's only Tuesday, don't worry. We're going to discuss the minutes.
No, that's fine. I'm asking, we didn't exhaust the entire agenda.
No, we did. It's only the minutes.
I don't. Yes, that's what I'm saying. We didn't get to the minutes because of members not being available.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We're going to refer the minutes to the next meeting, which is next week. We will discuss it. I don't see
next week.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mpile Maude. Honorable. Thank you. The meeting stands
TG of the EFF.
Thank you, Honorable.